talented and diverse group of women with us today. Is first and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude to each and every one of you for taking the time to join with us. Your presence here is a testament to your commitment to personal and professional growth. Today's program is designed to provide a platform to the women to connect, share experience and learn from each other. We have an exciting lineup of speakers and activities planned, and we are confident that you will find them informative, engaging and inspiring. Before we begin, I would like to acknowledge the effort of our team who have worked tirelessly to organize this event. Your hard work and dedication are truly appreciable. Once again, welcome to our Women RRC program. We are excited to have you with us and we look forward to a day of learning, growth and action. I request Chairperson Geeta Ma'am to have some speech. To talk about diets. I request today's speaker, Aseem Trivedi, sir, to operate diets. Our speaker, Maheshwari, have joined to our meeting, and I request all to give applause to him. I request all to please write for a photo song.
Before starting the program, let us have one minute silence on for the device of our former Finance Minister Manmohan Singh. Thank you very much. Our esteemed resource persons of today's program, Aseem Trivedi sir, madams, and few more speakers, they have yet to come and they will join with us in a short of time. And my dear lovely ladies, seeing all of you after a long time, and our institute staff who has done all these arrangements to welcome to you all for this historic occasion of exclusive RRC for women. Why only women? That was asked by so many people, because the topics which we have chosen is applicable for so many people. So I got inquiries from other members also. Madam, this is partiality you are saying, yeah, why only for women, why only women, why not for other members also. So I said we will do one more program for members, because we thought of having some openness because I have seen so many ladies and they are so talented, and because of their commitment and their priorities and some other, because we can easily connect to others and we can understand each other's problems. It's not about the gender bias, but the special qualities, special requirements, the special challenges which we face together. That's what I thought we can easily connect together. And if we are together at one place, at least after the conference, after the sessions also, we can spend some time to exchange our views. Maybe here we may get few partners also in future for our profession. Because I have seen here so many people are coming from different places, not only from Chennai, I being from Bangalore, and I have seen one lady, she came from Tirupati, and one more, she's joining from Pondicherry. So across all people are joining, and one more, I think one more this one which we missed out is it would not be much circulated because of this election code, and we were all busy with our election process. So that's what I feel, if it would have been done much before and so many people would have joined for this gathering. And and I also feel this one has reconnected with the members, because after a gap of 3 months, I'm coming back in front of our own fraternity, our own people, to come and share, and really it's like a fest for me, not like no occasion or a program which we regularly do. And what programs we regularly do, and for that we have do so much of formalities, and that's what I'm telling to Sujata also. She came directly from Bangalore and she was waiting for the room to change her dress. I said to no, this is our own program. We are all here, all ladies, and we came with open mind and casual mode, and at the same time learning and networking. Both together will happen here. That is what the purpose of this RRC is. So I was just checking with other people also who are the resident and non-resident. Here the resident and non-resident, NRIs and residents. So residents, we can have much more spend time with each other. Non-resident for them, my concern is only about the travel, how they commute here, go back to their places, and again tomorrow morning they have to come back. So I thought at least they could have been taken the opportunity to stay at least one day for themselves, to spend time for themselves and for learning and greeting, learning, eating together. Everything will happen at one place. So with that thought in mind, we have designed this program, and we thought of doing it in one other place, California. That's what I was discussing with ma'am also. I wanted to take all you people away from your workplace, so that you all also have some me time you can spend on your own. But again, because of this election process, we couldn't concentrate much on the arrangement part of connecting with those people. And anyhow, in Chennai also, we didn't have a much bigger program past years if we see, so we didn't have such kind of program. So we thought of having here in Mahabalipuram, and at last we have chosen Mahabalipuram as our best destination to gather all the ladies at one place and have the fun of learning together. So I thank all the ladies who have come here and making this program a grand success. I was checking with Vijayalakshmi ma'am, asking about the number, because about our protocols, we should not do certain things beyond our capacities, and it should not go into deficit. And also I was checking with her whether we can get the required number, at least the minimum number, whatever we thought of. She said, yes madam, no. She has showed us, definitely we will get that number. And now after coming here also, I am seeing the number is getting increased, and the spot registrations are also, enquiries are coming on, and people are doing spot registration also. Thank you very much ladies. This is the encouragement, this is the motivation which we need for do the program. So I was discussing with you people also. I was telling, if you come to us and ask us what you want, then we are all, not only me, all other committee members are ready to openly, they are ready to do the programs and the requirement, whatever you are expecting. That's what wherever I go, I ask the people what you expect from the institute. At least what you expect from SIRC. We the members of SIRC, that's what we expect. Because there are certain things which we are, that side, if I say that side also, I have so many things in my mind. This could have been done, that could have been done, I don't know who will do, whom to ask. We are all here to we are not just as your representatives. On behalf of you, we are doing. So whatever you want, you will let us know. We are all there here to take this forward. And I have even challenged ma'am also. Ma'am, she was complaining about certain things about the institute. I told her, see, next time when you come to the institute, you see, definitely we will take those things into consent and we will make it. And apart from that, before starting and before passing the mic to the speaker, I would first wholeheartedly congratulate all the winners of the elections for their 4 years best for this. Definitely they will do their best in the positions whatever they take, and all our support will be there with us. Though I couldn't get through this time, I put all my efforts, but I couldn't get through. But still, I have a lot of satisfaction because what I learned all these years, it's really it's unforgettable, and really I am so fortunate to be in this position. And I started my journey 17 years back. I started with KSEA and just like a co-op member, and traveled all these years till the chairmanship of SIRC. It has given me so much of confidence and contentment of serving our alma mater. And I should thank each and everyone for giving me this opportunity directly or indirectly, and encouraging me and motivating me, and being a part of this journey. And so I thank all of you for that. And this is not only event. Today's event, this is not just an event, this is a celebration, and we are all here to celebrate our progress in the profession. If you see the numbers in our women members, almost more than 30%, and girl students, it is increasing, it is touching to 43%. So I hope it's not much time to reach 50%, and definitely we'll together and we'll make our own mark in the history of ICA and SIRC for breaking the barriers and going ahead, proving our talents and the profession too. As we embark on this today's journey of learning and networking, it is embrace the qualities that define women: our ability to create, nurture, and transform. So, with this, I wish all the ladies a happy 2 days learning and conference. And thank you. Thank you very much. I request Sonia, I request ma'am to introduce us formally speaker.
Of various achievements. It runs to around 3 pages. So I thought I'll make it very short. So his contribution towards authorship of books like Carol, Schedule 3 for CA professionals, has widespread publishing as well as bias. He is also a nationwide faculty for corporate and allied laws, auditing Ind AS. So he is both a teacher for the students as well as the members, IFRS and business laws. On CA platforms in multiple regions, he has at present, as of now, more than 1,800 seminars he has been on the stage, and he is considered as one of the top national speakers in the topic of company law, accounting and auditing standards, IFRS, Companies Act, national, and he has also been part of the national and regional conferences of ICA, and including prestigious colleges like universities and including IIM also. So let us welcome him with a very big round of applause. He's also been an important contributor in the Ethical Standards Board, as well as a guest in invitee to the Board of Studies for auditing for the final syllabus. So with this, sir, I give you the stage and the mic. Looking forward.
I request Geeta to present memento and August to speak on it.
Thank you very much. In disciplinary committee, had you came across any case of women chartered accountant disciplinary action? She said, I couldn't remember, but just I will not confirm. One or two or three cases might be there. So I must say, please continue this spirit. And we are starting this particular session of Code of Ethics with, and this is very wonderful thing today we have is that we have the biggest user of our financial statement before us. From ROC, we have SFIU, and Ma'am SFIU is here, so definitely there will be a very good and fruitful talk we would have regarding this code. So I am starting this code of ethics with casual mistakes and catastrophic effect. See, disciplinary cases may be there only out of three reasons. Either it may be need versus greed, or it may be sincerity versus casual approach, or it can be rational versus international, irrational judgments. Any misconduct, what we commit, 80% of time it would be due to our casual approach. 20% of time it could be out of greed or out of irrational decision of ours. But most of the time it is there that any disciplinary action against any person is due to carelessness. So today I am just talking about all casual mistakes which we are doing during our practice that creates havoc. I'm just giving you examples because what happens is if somebody comes to you and says, sir, this letter had been came from disciplinary directorate that you have been committed this kind of misconduct, give your explanation. Mind it, we are drafting appeals for our clients, we are drafting replies for our client, but when a letter comes to us, we are helpless. How to justify our own casual mistakes and how to make a reply for my own acts, it's the biggest task for any professional. And mind it, a person having experience of those code of ethics procedures, we need to consult with him to draft a reply regarding that particular letter which comes from either Director Discipline, because either it is from Ministry of Corporate Affairs, a complaint has been filed against a member to Director Discipline, or Director Discipline himself. See, we are in era of CCTVs. One CCTV is man, means I'm saying they are scanning the things in very proper manner. They have their own softwares, upgraded softwares, where we are filing XBRL, where we are filing all annual returns, where we are filing all ADT3, ADT2, ADT1 forms, all e-forms we are submitting over the portal. They can be cross-checked, they can be cross-examined, they can be querying, there can be anything through that particular software. Even mismatching in two different forms will create a problem for us. So we should be very careful in case of either it is GST or it is Ministry of Corporate Affairs or it is Income Tax. because their softwares are like, they are very strong software for scrutiny. So whenever something comes to us like this, that a notice is coming from Ministry of Corporate Affairs, I'm going to share with you various cases where the ministry has, MCA has issued, ROC has issued notices to chartered accountants. So, first of all, mind it very carefully. We should have a quality control system in our office which is prescribed by SQC1. And not being gender biased or saying something against anything, but it is predominantly said everywhere that this particular gathering is more prone towards having a very systematic approach rather than हम तो घर में भी अव्यवस्थित होते हैं और बाहर भी अव्यवस्थित होते हैं, बट आप तो घर भी संभालते हैं और ऑफिस भी उतने अच्छी तरीके से संभालते हैं. The thing is that systems and SQC1 has to be implemented, and it can be implemented very in very true spirit by you all, because whenever a client comes to us, the SQC starts from there itself. Let's have a KYC of that particular client. For example, if a private limited company came to you that, sir, ma'am, please conduct audit for this particular year, our auditor has resigned and he is coming at the end of the year when our office is already pressurized by having all pending audit lists, and again he comes that please conduct audit of this particular company. Now we say, who was your auditor? He says that particular firm was my auditor. We say, okay, just get an NOC from that particular auditor so that we can accept the engagement. They say, you just start audit, we will get that particular NOC. After 3-4 days, they will come with the consent letter from that another chartered accountant that he has no objection for that. Now important is, after 1 month, to your surprise, you receive a notice from that particular chartered accountant that my undisputed fees has not been paid by that particular company of which you have conducted the audit. That's why I have not filed the ADT3 form also. Will say, I have your letter of consent. Okay, my letter of consent is you, it's okay. But where is ADT3 form? Did you verify the ADT3 filed by me? What are the reasons for my resignation? It was your duty to go through the ADT3, then only. Sometimes what happens? Accidentally, one of the chartered accountant had surrendered his certificate of practice. It is case of Rajasthan, Udaipur. One chartered accountant surrendered his certificate of practice and he resigned from the company. And he forgot to submit ADT3. He was in opinion that company has to submit ADT3, again casual approach. Company did not supposed to submit ADT3. That chartered accountant forgot to submit ADT3. He joined service somewhere. New chartered accountant had taken over. When new chartered accountant was required to file his ADT1 and other things, then he came to know that previous auditor did not file ADT3. Then he asked that particular guy to file ADT3. When he was going to file ADT3, MCA side is not supporting him because his certificate of practice has been withdrawn from the ICA portal. Now the problem is that what to do about that ADT3 which has not been filed, and the new chartered accountant had taken over and he is about to finish his audit and about to sign the audit report while the proper resignation from the ADT3 was not there. That particular particular chartered accountant, for the sake of filing ADT3, he need to take a certificate back for duration, then he filed that particular ADT3, and then the whole formalities came in proper shape. So my request is that we should not be casual in any approach, because this is company and this company's act. We should be very, very particular about accepting appointment. If you want to accept an appointment, kindly make it sure that first of all, his resignation copy you have seen. Second, his ADT3 form you have seen, in which what reasons he had mentioned in the ADT3 form of his. We need to take care of that. If he had been removed, how did he remove? How did company remove the auditor? Because if auditor had been removed by the company, they should have taken permission from central government under ADT2. So we need to take care of that ADT2 form, whether his removal is proper or not, because clause number 9 of the part first of the first schedule clearly mentions that whenever you want to accept an appointment as an auditor, you need to take care whether the provisions of Companies Act have been complied with or not. The music of Companies Act will be played later on, but the Chartered Accountants Act has been valid right now if we have accepted the appointment as an auditor. It's just not NOC that receiving a no objection certificate from another chartered accountant suffices. No, it's not sufficient. In case of private limited company, small company, one-person company, Section 8 company, public company, private company, whatever be the company is, if a company is even dormant, if a company is there, you need to take very much care whether the provisions of Companies Act have been followed or not. Today, we have opportunity to have with us, ma'am, one just point I am pondering before you. I have taken this point to various authorities also. Today I am taking to you also. We have a section 140 under Companies Act, which clearly mentions that if in annual general meeting, if we do not want to appoint the retiring auditor, we need a special notice from the shareholder that this auditor should not be appointed. See, I am bringing this case to you, so let us first decide where we are. It is not matter of new appointment. Sorry, it is not matter of casual vacancy. It is not matter of first auditor's appointment. It is matter of appointment of auditor in a company where predecessor auditor was there and his tenure is over after 5 years. Now you all know that if in a company 5 years tenure is over, in some companies we cannot reappoint that particular proprietor chartered accountant for next 5 years because there is a cooling period of 5 years. But for example, there is no cooling period. So his tenure is over. Now, what do you want? If you want to appoint a different auditor, then the auditor who is retiring, though he has every right to get reappointed because he is not disqualified. Company is not at the rotation, he has a right to be reappointed. Now section 140 subsection 4 says that if company does not want to appoint the retiring auditor, they need to have a special notice from shareholders, 14 days special notice from shareholder to not to appoint the retiring auditor in ensuing annual general meeting. This is commonly violated provision right now. So I am requesting to all of you, if you are accepting auditor's post, even after that particular person is retired and you can be appointed, kindly check whether he had any right to get reappointed? Yes. Then ask company to give you a copy of special notice and resolution of annual general meeting where the auditor had been removed. This is something very strange. Either law has to get changed to make it simple, otherwise this is the process under law for appointment of an auditor. If his tenure is over, then the next auditor is being taken over. So his tenure is over, next auditor is coming, the next auditor should ask first question, boss, your tenure is over? Yes. Do you have any right to get reappointed? Yes. This company is not in rotation? No. Then definitely non-appointment of yours requires certain legal process which is described in the section 140 of section 4. So this is something which we have to take care of, otherwise that's a violation of section 140, and violation of section 140 had penal consequences under Companies Act itself, and under Chartered Accountants Act we have clause number 9 that we have not observed the appointment as an auditor. So this is the first thing, taking appointment in any private limited company or any limited company or any small company or any one person company, wherever we are taking appointment, we need to take care of this also. Now, this is one casual mistake, accepting appointment in any private limited company. So these are the consequences of that. Now, important is when we are receiving cases where someone comes and says that please incorporate my company. Now, incorporation of a company, if you want to incorporate a company, there are certain forms which we have to countersign. First of all, quote a very reasonable fees so that our interest could remain in that particular work. If we are incorporating a company by saying yes, whatever would be the statutory cost, it would be applicable, and avoid somewhat whatever you want to give, let's incorporate a company, and we think that audit to we will recover the fees from that, abhi to incorporate kar dete hain. That's a very, very problematic thing, because once you are not quoting a reasonably high fees, the sincerity would not come in that particular one. And mind it very carefully, incorporation documents, we are declaring under incorporation documents that we have counter verified every information submitted by the promoters who are filing this particular form. This signing of certificate is equivalent to signing the balance sheet. See, wherever your sign is there, how can you assume that this work where I am signing is not of that magnitude and the other work carries a more weightage and this work doesn't carry? Your signature carries equal weight wherever it is being put in. Whether it is company law form, whether it is balance sheet, whether it is 3CA, 3CB, 3CD, CARO, normal audit report, normal certification, projection, bank manager's requirement regarding valuation, even examination form of our articles. Wherever we are putting our signature, mind it very carefully, there is no 1% relaxation in any case that we can be casual anywhere. No, it's not that. Yesterday when I came by flight, in the cockpit, there was a sticker posted in Indigo's flight that leave all your worries and personal tension before this point or before entering into this cabin, because flying is a serious profession. A sticker sticked over there in cockpit. The same thing we should stick to our cabin also. Whenever I am sitting in my cabin and signing a balance sheet, or whenever I am signing any document, it's a serious profession, boss. I cannot sign anything because after signing something, what happens? I am giving you examples. So Einstein rightly said that relativity applies to physics, it does not apply to ethics. Relatively, it is a very small work. I'm just, क्या है, corporation form ही तो है, just upload it through my digital signature. See what happens when we are going with digital signature, and that digital signature creates a problem. Just a minute. Look at this. Abhi to day 12 released, but before that, this case was there. WRC Delhi versus C.H. Srikanth Yadav. The respondent certified form number DIR 12 for appointing Shri Umapati as Director of Messrs. Skyline Innovation Technologies India Private Limited. Form DIR 2 attached to DIR 12 left section blank regarding the director's interest in other entities. The respondent argued that verifying the director's disclosure was not his responsibility. If any certificate is being signed by you, every column of that certificate is your responsibility. If we are signing the balance sheet, even previous year's columns, each and every figure is our responsibility. So one cannot say that the form had certain blank information. Directors have not given me information, so how I get? So why you are counter signing? Why we put sign, counter sign in Companies Act, being a chartered accountant or company secretary or advocate or a CWA? Why we appoint these four authorities to sign on this particular form? Just to have a sign over there that counter sign must be there. It's an attestation, it's a verification. You need to go through each and every column of that. And now you have MCA website. I can type anyone's name and I can get direct data in how many companies he is director. How can we say that these columns are blank and we have countersigned it? So this shows that casual approach has catastrophic effect. He had been found guilty of professional misconduct and disciplinary action initiated against him. And what is the counter argument by MCA? That's very important. ROC के counter arguments क्या थे? A responsibility to verify. The authority clarified that the certifying professional is obligated to ensure correctness of all attached document including disclosure. Leaving section blanks without verification of constituents is a lapse of due diligence. Rule 8 of Companies Registration Office and Fees Rules 2014 explicitly places the responsibility for correctness on certifying professional. So now see what actually would have been happened in the Chartered Accountant's office for this particular form. I can bet you that form could have not reached to the Chartered Accountant's cabin itself. It would have been filed by the CA final article himself by putting the digital signature of one of the partners, and it had gone. That fellow who is sitting in the cabin would have no knowledge what catastrophic effect is going to happen for him. Your digital signature lying in outside your cabin's drawer is in itself inviting a catastrophe for you. Who is uploading what document by using our digital signature will be a very, very tough task. Very means I can't say what can happen in that particular case. We cannot imagine. See that this day at 12, big chartered accountant firm, chartered accountant sitting in cabin, day at 12 have been uploaded by using his digital signature. That article might be in hurry. He might have a timing of his coaching class, or he might be in hurry to go to leave for his CA final examination. He might have uploaded that, and now the whole disciplinary action has been taken against the chartered accountant just for that particular form, and I can bet you not more than 3,000, 2,000 rupees fees have been taken for that particular form itself. Why we should do any work? I'm just saying that don't accept a work with a reasonably high fees which can create your interest. That is the only way to take a lead. Why do have every sort of work with every price band? Let's decide that we will have selected client, selected work, and with a particular quality. And I can bet you, whenever a client comes, it never bothers him if your quality, if your involvement with him, if your services, if he is satisfied, then he never leaves a chartered accountant. But this is very important, that we should not be so casual in any of the cases. There's one more case. No, this is called pressure. The notice from Register of Company says that EPS not disclosed in profit and loss statement, shareholders details missing for those holding more than 5%, and omission of related party transaction in financials. Can you believe that a chartered accountant deliberately will not doing this? Means I am signing the balance sheet knowing that these three disclosures are missing. Never. No chartered accountant will be going to do this. But client makes it happen. They are coming on last dates. Why we should entertain them after a certain period of time? In my office, I am very fortunate to have a boss like that, who nurtured me like that. 21 days prior to last date, no books of accounts will allow to come in office. In case of small companies and one-person companies, no companies. The date, and a very good system we adopted. Once that decided date, we 1 month, 2 months prior, we start hammering them, send your books and all that. जो भी है वो हम हमारे team को भेज रहे हैं, our team is coming for audit and all that. Your audit is pending, we are hammering them. After that we send last notice. If by this time your audit doesn't get started, kindly take your file with the no objection certificate we have signed. Kindly get your file from our office and go wherever you want to go. We are resigning and we will file everything. We are not bothered here to complete your work. Whatever the reason is, once a client knows this, once the existing clients know this, they will follow this discipline. Why to have such pressure at last dates for hoga kya? Ye hoga. This can happen only in work pressure, that out of 13 balance sheets we are signing, in one balance sheet we missed all these three things. Now can you imagine that before disciplinary committee, will your argument will sustain be there that though see I have signed 29 balance sheets now, you just check them out, all those balance sheet contains all these disclosures, just this balance sheet I missed it. Quality is either absolute or nothing. Ethics is either absolute or nothing. So this is something very important, that these kind of notices are coming, and they will definitely going to be more and more in times to come, because if we do not implement the quality control procedure, that would be a problem. And I have taken cases not from every state. I'll come to Chennai also. Every state, every city, Kashmir से कन्याकुमारी तक हम सब एक तरीके हैं. Everywhere we do casual mistakes. Everywhere we are having catastrophic effect on our practice. Look at this. The respondent certified INC 22 for Messrs Green Elephant Games Private Limited, some gaming company. He declared he personally verified the registered office, which was later revealed to be false claim. Evidence showed reliance on third party for verification. Now, INC 22, if we are countersigning it, definitely the toolkit describes the documents. In our office, someone comes and says that we have a letter of consent. It happens that someone comes and says, I want to incorporate a company. They'll say, where will be your registered office? He will say, this is my registered office. I will say, okay, this is your registered office, then give me the rent agreement. Sir, I don't have rent agreement. Give me the electricity bill. Sir, I don't have electricity bill. Then how can I assume that this particular consent letter is there? Sir, the owner of the building had given me consent. Now, consent letter will be applicable when a son is running company in father's house. How can you presume that a consent letter could be given by a company to another company, that you run company within our company's premise? There must be a rent agreement. And if there is a rent agreement, then where is the subletting rights available to that particular owner who already taken it on rent? One company, holding company, that holding company took that particular premises on rent. Then they have incorporated one subsidiary. That subsidiary having the same address. On the same address, they have 7 companies. On same address, if you have 7 companies, then where is your proofs? All of them have letter of consent. Consent given by a holding company. Now why holding company is doing charity? That holding company is paying rent to every company, and these all companies are not even paying rent. They are just having consent. And that particular rent agreement of the holding company, if you verify that particular rent agreement of the holding company had no right to sublet it. So why this INC 22 had been introduced and required to be signed, countersigned by chartered accountant, advocate, company secretary or anything, just to curb the practice of having shell companies? And if we are again saying that we are not doing anything, then these kind of notices will come, and these kind of notices are, see the misconduct section, please see that misconduct clause. That is clause 7. Clause 7 is grossly negligent in conduct of his duties. Those ladies who just became chartered accountant after clearing the CA final examination, they better know. Clause number 7 is under second schedule. Under Chartered Accountants Act, we have 2 schedules. There is first schedule and there is second schedule. First schedule is about minor offences. Second schedule is about major offences. In first schedule, if you found guilty, you can be reprimanded. Your name can be removed up to 3 months, and you can be levied a penalty of 1 lakh. But whenever it comes to major offence, the major offence requires that your name could be removed forever. Penalty could be 5 lakhs. Reprimanding may be there. So this is clause number 7 of the second schedule, not first schedule. It becomes a major offence. Signing an INC 22 could lead a member to commit a major offense, not a minor offense. So whenever there is incorporation of any company or audit of any company or anything, we need to take extra care about the casual approach, that our approach should not be casual. And God knows, one of the company out of that particular address may be served a notice from ED, and might get, if they have been under the trap of hawala or money laundering or entering finance, all these acts from finance ministries, in that case there is going to be investigation. Then that investigation leads that, oh, on this address there are 7 companies. Then they will start investigating each and everything. And then they will say all of them have been signed by one chartered accountant. Chartered accountant is accused. Chartered accountant, in his wild thoughts, never thought of this, that he might be in this deep suit, just because of incorporating the companies on the same address. So mind it very carefully. If you go to a site, and I'm just giving you a very interesting site of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, that's a disciplinary directorate site. If you go to disciplinary directorate site, you will find there are 125 orders of major offences and 24 orders of minor offences this year, 24-25. This year, 24-25, we have 124 orders for major offences, they are covered by Schedule 2, and 24 offences of minor offences. And out of those 124 offences, I can assure you 60% are from the complaint from ROC. And what kind of complaint from ROC? Not of a caliber of having any complaint to go to man. These are not serious frauds, but these are all casual approaches. Maximum cases are there about casual approaches. So we need to be very careful about these approaches. And mind it, client is very sure. Whenever any enforcing authority comes to him and says, you have done this offense, he will say, I will no, was that an offense? Whatever said by chartered accountant, whatever guided by chartered accountant, whatever directed by him, I did what exactly he said. I never know this is an offense. If it is, it would have been an offense, I have never committed it. And now, how you can prove that he is more wiser than you? He had given you an idea of doing that. On his WhatsApp university, he got all these things. He is dean of that particular university where all such things are getting fertile, ideas are coming to do all these things. But he will definitely make you an scapegoat, and a problem is there. So I request everyone sitting here that don't go casually. Your sign carrying equal weight, whether it is for, whether you are putting it on any paper. For example, nowadays bank managers are making fun of our practice. I'm really saying this. In Madhya Pradesh, I don't know whether this particular area that kind of certificates are demanded from the bank manager. Bank manager is demanding from client that get a certificate from your chartered accountant that you are going to utilize our loan for this stated purpose only. And chartered accountant is signing, okay, don't sign. How can you sign such kind of a foolish certificate which is asked by the branch manager? Branch manager is asking that get a certificate signed by chartered accountant. Whatever funds we are giving to you, You are going to utilize it for the stated purpose only and should be signed by chartered accountant. Second, valuation by chartered accountant. Collateral valuation by chartered accountant. How can we sign a valuation certificate of an asset? No sir, I have done valuation post qualification course from ICLS. तो आप बिल्कुल नहीं कर सकते. वो अगर आपने किया होता तो बिल्कुल ही नहीं करते. Because you all know that we are valuers of financial instrument. We are not valuers of land, building and all that. Network certificate. कौन-कौन से सर्टिफिकेट मांगते हैं लोगों से? Valuation certificate, network certificate, and then
sign on the projected financial.
Sign in certificate on projected financial statement. And the language of the projected financial statement, that in my firm belief, these projections are going to happen. So, bank is the second casual catastrophic problem. Company को मैंने आपको बताई. Now the second one is bank. And these financial arrangements. Somebody comes to you and say, these are my income tax return, please sign certified true copy. Don't sign. We have no authority to attest any document. Under Indian law, we don't have any authority to attest any document. We cannot say it is certified true copy. Certified true copy करवाना है, go to notary. Certified true copy करवाना है, go to gazetted officer. Don't come to me. I cannot certify that these 3 income tax returns are submitted. Even they have been submitted from my office, but I should not. This had been clearly mentioned in the FAQs of ICI that we should not we have no authority to give certified true copy on any document. Yes.
Nowadays, after this Udin has come into play, if Udin is given, the bankers accept it. They don't require our signatures.
See, Udin in itself is a signature.
That's what.
That's what I'm saying.
Udin, anyway, we are doing for companies, right?
See, what is the problem I'm saying is, if somebody has got signed the I'm just putting a case before you, not taking the power of attorney, just drifting somewhat, not taking the power of attorney to file the information to client. What happens is, a client received the demand, and when he received the demand, he was blaming that chartered accountant had falsely filed the GST returns and all that. Chartered accountant is saying whatever information you have given, I have uploaded on that. And he is saying, where is my authority to you to upload all this? He complained to Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, without my authority, he uploaded all my figures over the website of department, and now this is a demand which is coming to me and I am disowning all these data. He is writing letter to GST authorities that I am disowning this data. This data is not from my consent. It is my consent to upload all this data. The client is doing all such things. So why we should be very much having so empathetic to him that do give us all data, we will upload it. Do we have any power of attorney from him to submit these data? Did we get certified data from his side? Did we get certified data from his side that only this data has to be uploaded to GST site? We have to take very much care of everything, because he may disown any time that this data is not mine. I have not given this data to him. There might be some error in his office. That's why this data had been uploaded and all that. So, disowning a data is again a problem. So, in that case, whatever you have said, whenever we are generating any UBIN number, we have to put in certain details of it. It means that we are intimating the institute that this document has been authenticated by us. So, very important, we should not Because if we are signing acknowledgements of income tax return, though it is $5, let the bank manager make the bank manager understand that whatever we can do, you can do it yourself. Client को just call client, make him sit before you. He will open the income tax site with his password and he will give you all the details which are on the income tax site itself. Why you are getting us to sign on that? Why I should sign it? मुझे नहीं करना है sign, because Institute of Chartered Accountants of India clearly saying that no certification is required as certified true quote. Don't give a certificate for certifying true quote on all these things. They clearly mention. Projected financial statement, if you want to give report as per standard of assurance agreement 3400. In that particular, clearly a language must be there that these projections are based on base year's figures. We have conducted audit of base year's figures. As far as projections are concerned, whatever methods and assumptions have been taken by them to project these figures are appropriate in current circumstances, and they may subject to change if the circumstances may get changed. We are not certifying anything on projections. Projections report shall be always be in accordance with SAE 3400. All formats have been given to us. The next casual thing which comes, and that comes under the, yes.
Sir, about the GST and other things, said they dissolve their own thing. So what precaution we are taking every month or once in a year if it's the...
We should have, first of all, ma'am, whatever data is coming from their office, it should be signed by the designated officer that this data came to me. If that data comes through mail, it should be from the official mail of that particular person. We should have proof that this data is given from him and we have just assist him to upload that data and return filing, which is our responsibility. Because if it is proved that we have computed the GST, we have computed the income tax return, we have computed everything, we have made his tax planning, we have determined his tax liabilities, that would be a serious problem with us in code of ethics, because that creates a self-review threat and that questions our integrity. So in that case, ethical requirements are not followed. So please make it sure whatever we are doing in our office, it should not be projected like that whatever figure is finalized for GST or whatever figure is finalized for income tax has been computed by you, because that is going to be added in the balance sheet and profit and loss account, and in that balance sheet and profit and loss account you yourself are signing. So maker become the checker, which is prohibited. So one has to be very clear that okay, whatever we want to do, we will do. But the projection should not be like that, that we have self-review threat. We have not addressed the self-review threat. One has to be very clear. The third and the last point which I am taking is again a casual practice which comes in case when we have audit of trusts. Most of us are auditing audit of religious trust, audit of social trusts, and in those trusts some of our relatives are there who are the trustees, and even they don't pay us and we even don't take fees from them, and that's a charitable trust, we are doing charity kind of thing. That charity sometimes becomes a catastrophe. First of all, if you are one case is there, Chennai. This case is there are two respondents were partners and also had been practicing in their individual names. What partners are there and they are carrying their individual practices also. The respondent number 1 had been appointed to be the treasurer for a period of 2 years, for 2007 to 2009. Previously, he had worked as a treasurer for the complainant church for 2003 to 2005. Respondent number 2 signed the balance sheet as auditor from 2003 to 2004 and 2010 to 2011, including the periods when the respondent number 1 signed as a treasurer in his personal name. Now it always happens कि church का balance sheet क्या है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं, missionary के balance sheet से okay, charity purpose के लिए, let's sign it. Now one partner is treasurer, another partner is signing. And he is signing in an individual capacity, though they are partners in a different firm. So if you are a partner in different firms and you are signing in individual capacity, they will see that you are partners. Then one partner cannot be signed by another partner. So that was a particular case, and that particular guilty of professional misconduct under the major sheet. Now see how casually they have signed the financial statement. When you know that your counterpartner is treasurer and you are signing as an auditor, so how is it possible that your partner is treasurer and you are signing the financial statements? They are saying we are signing the financial statement in individual capacity, but you are working in different firms. That creates a threat, and that threat had been addressed here. One more case came to me. Just 5 minutes more. One more case came to me, and that's a case from EIRC. A wonderful case to explain how casual approach creates problem. There was a Maheshwari trust in Kolkata. That Maheshwari trust was running a hospital. And this fellow was also Maheshwari. Board of trustees came to him and said that, see, it is our society's trust and you are a member of this society. For this noble cause, please audit this particular hospital's balance sheet. He read all bylaws of that particular, all trust deed and bylaws of that society and trust both. And then he pointed out that yes, there is a bylaw which clearly mentions that if any plant and machinery purchased for more than 25 lakh, it needs an approval of the general meeting or general board of trustees. So he questioned that you have purchased an oxygen plant of 38 lakhs. So where is the approval of general body? Trustee says we don't have any approval of general body. In COVID times, we did not. He said now have a general meeting and ratify this act because it's an extraordinary measure. We can make it sure. Then some trustee was another chartered accountant. He said that bylaw says that plant and machinery of 20 lakh or more. This oxygen plant has 3 parts. An individual part have been purchased in different months, and every purchase is of 10 lakh or 11 lakh or 12 lakh, so no one is crossing 25 lakh. So he said, but I have qualified the report for this particular thing. Then that chartered accountant said, no, yeah, you have filed this particular thing, yet this qualification doesn't suffice. In our trust's annual general meeting, there will be a problem over this particular qualification. Nobody is going to understand this technically, what I know and what you know. Do one thing, change the report. He had given the report to trust. In trust records, that report had been received, containing qualification that plant and machinery requires approval. And that particular, in every trust, in every society, there are 2 parts. One is who are the office bearers, and another party will be there who were failed to become the office bearer. So the person who failed to become the office bearer took all snapshots of those balance sheets which have been filed previously, and he sat quietly. When he withdrew withdraw this particular balance sheet and gave another balance sheet without having qualification. He circulated that balance sheet on the WhatsApp group of the whole Maheshwari trust and all that. Whatever balance sheet is coming in annual general meeting is take one. The original I have stamped. Now see what kind of a casual mistake it was. And then in annual general meeting, nobody was listening anything. The matter you know and I know that 25 lakh rupees and उसने withdraw भी किया था तो he had some reasons कि मैंने withdraw इसलिए किया. Who is going to tell all these 1,000 people who are not chartered accountant that for what reason I had qualified and why, for what reason I have withdrawn it and for what reason I have taken back the audit report and for what reason I have given the new report. Still the case is before ICI. Now ICI is saying, now see, whenever a case goes to ICI now, it would just like a traffic police. If a traffic man stops you on a signal, he will fine you. Either you are not wearing helmet, no, I wore helmet, go back. Where is that black strip over the light? Okay. There is mud flag. Now institute starts. Mister, you have signed this trust balance sheet. Yeah? Yes. Where is your audit engagement letter? No, Mama ji, Daya ji, uncle, somebody came and said, you are our appointed auditor. I have been appointed as an auditor. Mama ji said auditor, I am the auditor. No engagement letter is there. Then the institute says, you have signed this balance sheet. What about unit? So I have used the same unit. Very good. For the original report, you use the same unit. Then you just tore that particular report. For using the same unit, you have issued another report. Yes, that's great. And what about your tax audit unit? Then it was found that under tax audit, you utilize the same unit because, again casual, he had generated two units, one for the trust audit, one for the tax audit. When this trust audit unit, that particular trust audit report has to be torn off because of the problem and reissued. He used the same unit which was there in tax audit to this particular trust audit. Now institute is playing music. Hey, what you are doing? With same unit you have generated tax audit also and this audit also. अब आप बताइए कि audit क्या था? And what was his fees? 7,500 per year, which he usually donated to that trust only. Taking fees 7,500, paying GST from his pocket, throwing back the whole remuneration to society as a donation, and now he is facing disciplinary action against in the major problem. Why we are such? From Kashmir to Kanyakumari, from Mumbai to Chennai, we are the same. We are very empathetic, very sympathetic, and very courteous. But these gestures will lead us to a casual practice. So, thank you very much, ma'am, for inviting me here. And this is a milestone in my career also. I have addressed first time a women's conference. So, in my biodata today one feather more headed. So this is very good, and thank you all of you. After having such a sumptuous lunch, you all woken up for this particular period of time. Thank you very much. Love to come again. Thank you, ma'am.
Exam in 2019 and in the Special Foundation course for All India Services and Central Civil Service held at Dr. MCR HRE Institute of Telangana. He won Director General Gold Medal for Best Office Trainee all round for the year 2021. She is an engineering graduate and second first rank at Anna University during her post-graduation in Management and Business Administration. Prior to her, he had SFIO. He worked as Assistant Visitor of Companies, Chennai in RCO. He has experience in banking and software industry and has worked for Standard Chartered, GBS, Karuvaishya Bank, Central Inc. and Oracle Financial Software Service. She also has a passion for writing and the author of the book Rise of Greats. Thank you, ma'am, for your presence. I request Geeta ma'am to present Angavasta and mathematics.
So, good evening everybody. And let me once again ensure that the topic for today, which I am going to deal with, is white collar crimes and the warning red flags. Because there was always confusion whether I am going to deal with cyber safety. No, that's an entirely different topic. But as I am from engineering, I have a passion for that also. But it's better you hear from cyber security experts. So, I am from Indian Corporate Law Service. So, prior to my experience in SFIO, I worked in Register of Companies, ROC. So, today we will be seeing the case studies pertaining to both SFIO and ROC. Okay, this is the agenda. We will start with an introduction, basic one, and then the types of white collar crimes, few case studies, and then the red flags. So, coming to the introduction, and I am going to be very clear that this session is going to be very, very interactive. I need a lot of answers from you. Okay, so my first question will be, what is the difference between an auditor and an investigator? What do you think? Just anything, I can give you a wild cases also. Okay, so in fraud detection, who is very important, auditor or investigator?
Fraud detection, generally auditor, it is the responsibility of the auditor, but investigator.
Okay.
Investigator.
After effectively investigators role comes. Okay, now we'll talk about this topic. As you know, I've already written a book. I'm very passionate about writing stories, and I will tell you a story now, and I'll ask you questions at the end. So listen carefully. This now we forget about white collar crimes or anything. Okay. Now there is a remote village. Okay. In that remote village, often, frequently murders are happening. Okay, and the modus operandi is same. The people, they used to kidnap the people and then they kill them. That is the modus operandi. And after the murder happens, the people in the village, they go to the police station and they complain that there is a murder which has happened. And before the police officer goes to the place, the evidences are destroyed. So this happens every time. So now, if you are the police officer, what would you do to stop these murders? Random disease. No problem.
We will check out the frequency of the time, how frequent.
Oh, it's happening so frequently.
So I register a complaint for kidnapping before
But they don't know when they are kidnapping. Only after the murder is committed, they are going and complaining to the police station.
operating on ma'am. They will leave at some point of time. Unknowingly they will leave some evidence or something. We can pick it out there. We can correlate and we can find it out.
But these are all trial and error, na? What is the sure shot solution? And another thing is that the police officers who are dealing with the cases are continuously transferred. There is no continuity. Okay? And what they thought is, okay, we'll install some CCTV cameras and we'll find out later. But whenever there is a kidnap or murder, CCTV cameras are destroyed or they are not working. And then the government is so fed up, they are telling that no, we are not going to invest any more money into this village. If you want, you do something, but we are not going to spend because they are destroying public property. We are not happy with that. And now a new police officer comes and he comes up with the idea, okay, we'll appoint few people as friends of police. their main role will be, they will be the informers. They will be whole year, they will be roaming around the village, and whenever there is some instance of like kidnapping or any suspicious activity there, they report immediately. And if in case there is nothing like that, at the end of the year, they will submit a report to the police station that no, there is no suspicious activity, or these are minor things which were not required to be reported. So this is what we did. Okay, and for the first year there was no murder. So they were all very shocked. Okay, just appointing these informers and no murders were happening, and the informers, they gave a clean report that nothing, it's a clean village, there is no problem at all. And then after a month, next murder happens. And then after the murder happens, again the police go and complain to the police station. And the police officer calls the informers. And the informers are telling, we are not aware of the murder. Forget about the kidnapping, they didn't even know that the murder had happened. So, now whose role do you think that it is? This person has not done the duty properly. If that person had done the duty, the murders would have been stopped. Whom do you think? Whose role was like here compromised? Informer's role. Correct? So now this is the situation. Okay, so the role of auditors are actually informers. Okay, so every year you have to watch carefully the companies, and at the end of the year you have to give an audit report, which will be your opinion. You just express whether the company's affairs or the financial statements are showing a true and fair view of the company's affairs. You give a report. No, during the audit, you suspect something that is going to be a fraud. What do you find? You have to immediately report to the central government. In which e-form? 884. Okay? So in 884, during the process of audit, if you find that you need not uncover fraud, but if you find a suspicion of fraud, you have to report to central government under 884. So now you will be very clear. Police officer's role is that of the investigator. And you won't imagine that to complete an investigation, on an average, it takes 16 months. You can see how many economic crimes are happening in India. Crores and crores of bank frauds are happening. And do you know the source of these investigations? It's not through 884. It's through the complaints of the people, victims. So in case if the auditors have given the 884, telling all these evidences, it would be much better for investigation to happen. It would aid us in investigation, and the investigation would be completed on a rapid pace because we have evidence in place. And now coming to the components of crime. So whenever the crime happens, as per Indian Penal Code, now the new thing is like Bharatiya Nyaya Sangeeta. There are two essential components of crime. In order to assess the criminal accountability, there are two components. One is criminal intent and another is criminal act. That is mens rea and actus reus. So what's mens rea is the guilty mind, the intention to commit a crime. That is mens rea. And actus reus is the actual criminal act. So the role of auditor will be to give the actus reus, that there is a criminal act. Auditor need not worry about mens rea, guilty mind. That is the role of investigator. Investigator has to establish mens rea and actus reus. And now, unlike murder and other stuffs, white-collar crimes, now they are well organized. The people who commit the crimes, they plan every move, and then it is happening. So whenever there is a crime, it is going to reflect in the accounts. There is no financial crime without an accounting fraud. And you have the books of accounts. You are signing. So it's up to you. Now you should know how important a role you play, not only in audit, but also in investigation. So these are the different types of white-collar crimes. Ponzi scheme, multi-level marketing. So can anyone tell the difference between Ponzi scheme and multi-level marketing?
Multi-level marketing is like it goes through the supply chain. I give you something, then you get commissions, at some point that take you.
Very close, very close. Okay. So this Ponzi scheme is nothing but rotation of money. As you said that the earlier investors are paid with the money which is collected from the later investors. Just a rotation of money, one to one. And this multi-level marketing is a pyramid scheme. And Ponzi scheme may also be pyramidal, but in Ponzi scheme, interest is the key component. For every amount you pay, you will be getting interest. But in multi-level marketing, commission is the key word. So you recruit and you get a commission. So interest and commission are the key differentiators between MLM and Ponzi scheme. And other white-collar crimes like bank fraud, share price manipulation, profit manipulation, siphoning of funds. So they are all not individual. So when there is one crime, there will be multi-other crimes which are related. So we'll see all these things in case studies one by one. And finally, this money laundering will be dealt by ED. That's an exclusive agency, and cyber crimes are also dealt by cyber cells. Okay. Now coming to the first case study. So this is about revenue manipulation. So there is one company which is SSS. It's a steel manufacturing and trading company. So in their financial statements, they have shown that it's a profit-making company and crores of profit. Okay, and they have shown that 100% of the profit is coming from manufacturing activity. That is, they have not done segment reporting as mandated by AS. But in reality, 85% of their revenue was from trading. And the trading was not real. So for trading, what they have done is, this SSS company, they established two sets of other companies. Dummy companies 1 and dummy companies 2. And the directors of these companies are the employees of SSS. And these dummy companies, they play the role of supplier and customer. That is, the traded goods are supplied by these dummy companies 1 and they are bought by dummy companies 2. But in reality, there was no trade which was happening. Those were all only in the books. So using this, they were inflating the revenue and profit. And using this profit, they approached bank for loans. And banks, okay, it's such a profit-making company, but in reality it was a loss-making company because 15% only was from manufacturing and it was in loss. And for this, they approached a bank loan for a project, and for this project, the chartered accountant, the auditor gave a certificate that the promoter is going to bring in so much contribution for the project, but the promoter did not give any contribution. And then what happened was, after they took the bank loan, they started showing losses. They started telling that this, the income which has to come from these dummy companies too, the income they turned into bad debts and they were written off, and then they siphoned off the money. So this was the case. Now if you are the statutory auditor, what would you have done? Okay, I will forget it. What were the mistakes done by the statutory auditor?
Related parties.
Vouching was not done. Debtors and creditors have to be verified, right? We have to get the debtor and creditor confirmations.
They give letters.
So we have to see whether these companies are real or not. So that is the first thing that we have to do. You can't simply, anybody can write it in a simple paper and give. So these exist or not, there are ways of finding out whether their GST number is mentioned or registration number is there or not. All these things are verified.
They can, but they have shown that 100% is from manufacturing.
And related parties also, you should basically see whether there is actual movement of goods or no, or the transactions are only in the books. Do you have any invoices supporting these purchases or sales? And also you specifically mentioned that the entire promoter has substantial interest in that.
This 85% is shown only in the books. In the financial statement, it is shown as 100% from manufacturing.
So that has to be clearly segregated and mentioned.
Okay. So what these are the important audit standards which you have to also
visit the site also, and if it is not manufacturing at all, how we can first of all physical stock verification we do, and then if there is no factory running at all, how will we treat it as a manufacturing company?
15% manufacturing only, but they are showing it as 100%.
So that is, yeah, I mean, 85%.
So you think that this is not negligence, right?
This is not negligence, this is a willful crime by the auditor. They can't see that 85% is not from manufacturing, then there is something wrong with the auditor.
So what are the charges against that auditor? That will come later. Now, these are the important audit standards which the auditor, if he had adhered properly, then this fraud would have been stopped in the first place. So one is this audit plan under SA 300. So it should be documented properly. What is the exact audit? What is the audit strategy? And SA 315, which deals with derivation of risk of material misstatement. To derive the risk, the person should understand the company and the business of the company thoroughly. Only then they can go for this calculation. And then SA 320, which deals with calculation for materiality. So materiality, determining it is left to the professional judgment of the auditor. But one thing which the standard insists is that whatever influences the decision of an informed investor should be treated as material. So when you are calculating materiality, please have that in mind. And then SA 330, auditor's responses to assessed risk. So during the audit, if the auditor finds that there is a risk, anytime they can change the audit plan. Okay, this standard gives that. And another, the most important standard is SA 500, which is the auditor, before forming the opinion, should have sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. And so what would be the Companies Act violations against this auditor?
Audit evidence, not gathered evidence.
Not gathered, but what are the violations of, what are the offences which this auditor has committed? One thing was this willful negligence of duty, that is sheer. Other than that,
Suppression of facts. He has not thoroughly checked the records. He is not qualified.
He's not qualified. He's not qualified to be auditor. On make out if it is 85% trading or 85% manufacturing.
so now we will see the Companies Act violations. So section 448, because that auditor has signed the financial statement which had omitted the disclosure. As you rightly said, that a person can't make how much is for manufacturing and trading, and for that willful false statement will be charged under section 448. The imprisonment will be 7 years for this. And then under section 143, willful negligence of duty, which we all agree. And section 143(9), it mandates that the auditor should follow audit standards while conducting the audit. So for that, the penal provision is 147. And another thing, auditor, whenever there is a suspicion of fraud, he has to report it. So 143(12) will be penalized because he failed to report the fraud in 884. And another thing is that section 36C. So he gives the certificate, this promoter's contribution certificate. So anybody who gives such reckless statements to induce a bank to lend money will be punished under this section. And again, the penal provision for this is section 447, which is 7 years imprisonment. So now coming to the next case. Yeah.
This has to be qualified if the auditor has noted that. That has to be qualified or it has to pump up papers.
If he finds a qualification, he has to give a qualified opinion. But the moment he suspects fraud, he has to report to central government in 884. And as sir also suggested that before signing anything, we should be very careful. This certificate that was totally unnecessary for the bank.
884 is only if the fraud amount crosses 1 crore, right?
Yeah. In all such cases, the fraud will be always more than 1 crore. Even if it is less than 1 crore, because you will not be able to quantify the amount at that point of time. You are
if fraud is suspected around.
suspect also. If there is if you suspect that there is going to be a fraud.
See, it says reason to believe. The auditor has a reason
To believe that there is a fraud. You will not establish fraud to report. So if you suspect that there is a fraud, you can report it. But the amount, as you said, that it is 1 crore and more. But usually in such cases it will be more. And now coming to the next case study, which is, this is also an interesting case study. Here there is a company X. And the business of that company is to help in incorporation of other companies. So it's like a social service kind of thing this company was doing. So if you are an entrepreneur, you approach this company, okay, I need to start a business, I need to start a company. Then this company will tell you, don't worry, we are there to help you, we'll do everything. So if that entrepreneur tells that I don't have proper ID proof and address proof, don't worry, we'll manage, we'll give. And if they're telling that we don't have a registered office, we don't have any office, don't worry, we'll give our own office address. That all will be that the rental agreement, everything we'll give. And then thirdly, we don't have the requisite number of directors, don't worry, we'll give our employees as directors, dummy directors. And then finally, auditor, don't worry, we have our own auditor, who will be the first auditor and statutory auditor if you require. So this company was doing all these things and it had incorporated nearly 1,500 plus companies like this.
Chennai and Manyamalur.
Confidential. So the problem was not in this incorporation. There were many fraudulent companies which were incorporated under this mechanism, and there were companies, like lot of companies were farmer producer companies. The subsidies went to the non-farmers because of these fake certificates. And there was one, not this company, similarly another company which was also into this business. They incorporated a company, and this company was involved in with Chinese links. So these companies, what they did was they used to lend money, creating of fake loan apps. So if you want 1,000 rupees, we'll give you. Just give an application, submit, in mobile only they'll give the loan. But the problem is not with that loan. The moment you don't give the interest, what they do is, they'll get into your phone, take all the intimate photos, and they'll forward to all the contacts in your mobile. So many companies, many families, they committed suicide after this.
One of my staff has done that.
Okay, so
And she was asked to pay for 5,000 she got, she was asked to pay 38,000. And messages were sent to all the contacts.
okay, now that person is arrested. So this case came, and then again, because of these social service companies, you can see how many crimes are increasing. And then there was fraudulent company. The next case study will be against one company which was incorporated by this company. But the problem was that when we were taking statements of this director of this company, to this ex-company, he said that, how can you call us? We didn't do anything. Auditor only signed. You have to call the auditor. Auditor is responsible. That person is the certifying authority. And unfortunately, that's a lady auditor. Okay? And so when we called her and when we asked, wait, how can you do? And newly passed out. Okay? How can you do like that? And then she confessed that she was in her maternity leave, she had given the key to the director. She didn't even know that they have done this. So it's very, very, as she rightly pointed out, it's not important to be on a friendly relation or personal thing. You should not trust anybody in profession. Especially it's a client relationship, but whatever it is, they are asking, keys should not be given at any cost. Now coming to the third case study, and this company was incorporated by the previous company. Okay, and this company was floating Ponzi scheme and MLM, a hybrid model, integrating both these things. Why just one? We will do both. And it collected crores and crores of money, approximately 5,000 crores, and everything was collected from middle income group. So many depositors, and the modus is like every time threshold is reached, the fraudsters would take away the money and run away. And the same happened here. And another important thing about such schemes is that the victims will not come to complain, because they themselves will be the perpetrators of fraud. They are in that pyramid. So if you want to catch it, they will be again a criminal. They have taken money from so many of their friends and relatives and given. So they no such complaint was received. And in these schemes, the huge amount of profits will be earned by the earlier investors. But the later entrants will be facing huge losses. But the reality is that most of the people would enter at the later part of the scheme. And not just financial loss, so many families got broke down. And it was in news also. It's again in Tamil Nadu only, this company also. So whenever a company collects a deposit as auditor, and you see the digital key was with this person. Audit report, everything is signed by a person who is not even qualified to be an auditor. So it was running for 2 years. Even if in the first year, if fraud was reported, so many things would have stopped in the first place.
Who reported this actually, ma'am?
After that, police, they went to police only later. And then from police only we got the information. Economic offences will be.
Actually, in MLM and all, how can we detect that they are fraudsters now? Because some people look like really genuine people, they are supplying accounts based on their accounts.
you will see now bank statements, all the deposit amount will be there in the account of the company, and company will be paying monthly returns. The interest will be going on from the bank statements. And next thing is this case study, which is share manipulation, share price manipulation. This was a case of a listed company. What this company did was, the shares of this company was going on in some 100 rupees in the market. So what it did was, it created few proxy companies, its own employees as directors, and then they gave money to these companies in the form of loans. And that money was used to trade these shares continuously, raising the profit. And then they thought that the profit rose from 100 to 200. And they thought, okay, why just 200? We'll give money to the stockbrokers only, let them also trade with them. They gave huge amounts to the stockbrokers. And the amount of the share went till 695. Actual share price was 100, it went to 695, and suddenly one day what happened was, it dropped from 600 and after that it didn't raise only. So what happened, that's an ongoing investigation, so we are trying to figure out.
I think it's in a film called The Lucky Basket, the same story.
Yeah, they had the right inspiration from that story. Harshit Mehta's scam, they had the right inspiration and they have done this. Another next case study is with respect to profit manipulation. Here the company is D, which is an NBFC. And here what this company has done was, usually in NBFC, they establish a lot of branches, and at branch level they used to disburse loans. And at the end of the year, financial year, all these profits from the branches will be transferred to the corporate office for consolidation. And this is what happens in a normal branch. But they established a virtual branch, a separate branch, an invisible branch. And this branch was different from any normal branch in 4 ways. One was, there was no physical existence for this branch. And second, there was no documentation for any loans given by this branch. And thirdly, all these loans which were given through this branch were to the promoter-related or promoter-controlled entities. And finally, the most important thing was, all the interest which were shown in the books were all book entries. No actual profit came, they were not supported by banking transactions, just book entries. So these virtual bank, and at the end, what this branch used to do is, it will transfer the profit to some other branch, and from that branch it will go to the head office. So there was no evidence that there is a virtual branch which is doing all these things in place. And so all the branches were audited except this branch. So again, this was for profit manipulation, because it was shown that lot of amounts were dispersed through this branch, which actually did not happen, and they inflated the profit, showing the income, interest which did not come only. And again, it was a loss-making company, and they used this profit to take loan from banks and also debentures, NCDs. They got money, and they were again siphoning it off. And another case study, this is also a case study of profit manipulation, but it is quite simple. So there is a fraudulent company Q. What this company has done is, it has bought the shares of some company, ZZ, from a genuine company, and it has bought the shares for 31 crore. The amount given was 31 crores. And what it had done is, there is a subsidiary of this company Q, and this company bought the same shares of WZ from Q for 2000 crores, 31 crore to 2000 crores. So the difference is shown as profit by this company, as exceptional item, that profit. So, and this amount came for this subsidiary company, this amount was given as ICLS, intercorporate deposit, from Q to the subsidiary company. So using its own money, it's trying to inflate the profit, and again they used to collect, using this profit only, they collected 34,000 crores from bank, and again, abscond. So now coming to the red flags. So the first one is that whenever there is a siphoning or any fraud, it will not happen without the involvement of related parties. So when there is a related party transaction, you should be very, very careful, whether disclosed or undisclosed. When huge amount is going out, then it's very likely that it will be to a related party. So you have your rights, whether they have disclosed or not, that's your duty to find it out. And next is, whenever there is exceptional items in profit and loss account, then you should be very watchful. Why is that exceptional? And another way of committing fraud is that they'll give the money to a company and it will remain in the form of advance. I've given advances for land, and that land will be never purchased. It will be there and finally it will be written off and the amount will be siphoned. So if some amount is outstanding as advance for n number of years, then you have to question. And then writing off items. When they are going to write off, it's usually for siphoning. So you have to be little cautious. And other thing is that capitalization of expenses. So many times now to inflate profit, they will be capitalizing. Whatever has to be shown in profit and loss will go into the balance sheet. So you should be careful on that. And then deposits. And this itself is a very one-hour topic. But let me conclude very shortly that no company is allowed to collect deposits from public, and there are very, very few exceptions which you can go through in section 73. And if there is going to be any deposit, you should be very, very careful. For example, you can see this gold jewelry companies, they will be giving deposit schemes, collecting money from public and then giving as gold. Is it allowed?
Because RBI collections will have to be there.
For gold trading company, RBI doesn't give permission. Do you think how many people are auditing gold companies, jewelry companies? Okay, I'll tell you. As per Companies Act deposit section, any amount, how these companies will be showing that schemes as advance for sales. Okay, so as advance for sales they will be showing. If it crosses 11 months, that's why you will see the schemes for 11 months only. If any advance for sale is more than 11 months, it has to be treated as deposit under Companies Act. Like more than 12 months actually. So they, on a cautious side, they will be showing this for 11 months. But in case in their marketing, if they are telling that, so everywhere they will be telling that we'll return it as gold. So when we are, they will tell that it's an advance receipt for the gold. But in their voucher, if they mention that they are going to return it as cash, then that is a deposit violation. They can't give cash back. Okay, and in case if they are giving cash, they will show to us as purchase return or sales return, something like that. They will manage in that way. So when there are deposits, you should be very, very careful. And another thing, another important scam which we find in the recent days is that some tourist companies they approach. Whenever we go to some mall or some tourist spots, they approach. They will tell that you have to give some money for the next 5 years. You will arrange all your travels. From booking 5-star hotels to flight tickets, everything will manage. Just you have to give some 1 lakh or 5 lakhs they ask. You have to give it immediately, otherwise this offer will be gone. And when you give that money now, because they can't collect deposits for 5 years. So that is a deposit violation. They will take the money, and when you go to that place, they will book the flight ticket also. After you reach that, they switch off the phone. You will not have a hotel. Okay? So you should be very cautious. And then
similar thing which is called the scamming company. I don't know how many of you are very much aware. This is a proper company run in a software technology park. What they do, it's an Indian company incorporated in India. Their job is to, they do export of services. They serve outside countries like US. Their job is to call center, through call center. They formally call senior citizens in US. Tell them that yes, you have some problem. They will have some problem with the phone or payment gateway or some issue or the other. This company's website will come as a first name in the search engine. Like in Google, if you search, they have designed it in such a way that whenever they get into any problem and they search, this company will pop up first. So through call center, they will take control of their DD desk, help the senior citizens, make sure that they collect the money into their bank account by hacking. So these companies are run in a professional software technology parks with 40-50 member team. So this is, you can just Google search and find out. Likewise, there are so many companies even in Hyderabad and other places. I don't know.
Now, what's the duty of the auditors to report this?
No, why I am saying is the auditors. Objective we will not be knowing. Objective is it is some service, they are rendering software. And there will be, the money would have come in foreign currency, right? So we don't go to, if it is a small company or whatever, in many cases, we don't check the invoices or anything. If it it is some small amount. But multiple amounts, a company is running into crores of operations. Whatever I am saying is publicly available in the Google. You can search it.
Understand. That is why I appreciate what Mr. Aseem said, that we have to increase our fee and take interest in our auditing. I have seen many companies being signed for 15,000 rupees, crores of companies. So 15,000 rupees, what interest? You will not even be able to pay your article clerk. So that practice should be first curtailed. First of all, we have to come together.
That is up to you. But whatever thing which you are observing, we will use 100%.
I am saying was not found out by our legal system. It was found out by a scammer, hacker from US who has recorded and then posted in the video. You wouldn't believe he was blackmailing the employees. Employees were shivering. In fact, one girl has not gone and told her parents that she is working in such company. And her phone was hacked after tremendously. I will just share the link with you.
Okay, yeah. And then when a company is showing huge volatility in profits or share prices, then again that's a red flag. We have to get into this. And another way is that usually when an item is shown in work in progress for a lot of years, it's a red flag, because how long can an item be always in work in progress? And then, as I said, that end-use certificates. When you are issuing any end-use certificate, that this amount is to be utilized for this purpose only. Be very careful. When you believe that the promoter is going to do, the company is going to use it for that purpose, then even then you should be very careful, because there are a lot of problems with these end-use certificates.
The additional regulatory information is asking details of capital WAP.
Yes. Now recently an amendment has come where age-wise analysis has to be shown for capital work in progress, because of the issues which we encountered. It was our suggestion again.
Okay.
And then intangible assets. And this is another grey area. I will tell one small case study and then I will. Here there was a software company. It's a software company, but it was showing a listed company. Huge amount as intangible assets. So for a software company, we will think that it's okay, it's normal. But year on year, they were showing so much. And what happened was, this promoter started selling the shares when the company was showing huge profits. And then suddenly the promoter, when the promoter had no shares, they written off their software, like 3 years only. Huge amount written off, telling that the software is obsolete. It's a software only, no? So it became obsolete after the promoter sold the shares. So such cases are there. So whenever there is an intangible asset, even if it is a software, you have to see whether they are capitalizing the expenses.
Even in case of startups right now, these edutech companies are doing one thing, that these edutech companies are expanding, they are getting venture capital from outside. They are spending like anything. They are burning the money like anything. And whatever they have burned, they don't take it to P&L. They are showing as an intangible asset. So why they are showing it as an intangible asset? So that the profit will be there, valuation will be there. So startup companies' valuation is a very big problem right now with this.
So when you are doing audit, you ensure that such things are qualified, at least emphasized. Yeah, that's it. Thank you so much. Thanks for the patience.
Campus and IIT Madras Equipment Company that enables innovation using agile design strategies and engineering principles. He is a PCC coach and educator specializing in innovation, creativity, entrepreneurship and cross-cultural skills. In his career spanning over 4 decades, he has worked with multitude of organizations, teams and individuals, helping them with a new way of thinking, exploring connection and expanding tradition. He started his career as an advocate at the Madras High Court. Subsequently, he worked with Tata Consultancy Services where he was initiating innovation. Shiva has also worked with the Indian national cricket team on a connection between creativity and sports. Guest faculty at IIT Madras where he teaches coaches on creativity, entrepreneurship, life skill, cross-culture and biomimicry. Thank you sir for your presence. I request CA Agumati ma'am to present Mamato and short to us.
I'll take it. Thank you. That table can come here, no? If you don't mind. This table, you can make it. This table can come here. So I can see all of you. Somebody on the table, you can come You need the mic. Thank you for the very warm welcome. I know I have an hour to speak to all of you, maybe less than. What is it that you think we should talk about today? So essentially you heard Sonia talk, right? You said, so I teach creativity, design thinking, and so when I spoke to Vijayalakshmi, we had a very nice conversation. I think went on and on and on, and then there were several things that we spoke to each other about. So I really have no idea. I know that there is something there in the brochure, but you don't always have to stick to the rules, right? So what is it that you would like to talk? I don't want to move away from your expectations. So from your career point of view, from your growth point of view, from your aspirations, your dreams, what is it you think we can go away learning? If you have any suggestions. What is the most important thing that you really want to learn from a person like me who is not even a chartered accountant? I actually didn't even get through my CA entrance exam long ago. So you people are much more cleverer than I am. I think that was the time the CA entrance exam actually started. I still remember the topics I had was logic, accounts, and something. I don't remember. I did my BCom. I didn't do well in BCom. My ambitions were to become a chartered accountant. But then, so from a chartered accountant point of view, from a profession point of view, what do you think you would like? Yes.
I guess what I feel is that all of us want to grow. There is absolutely no doubt on that.
All of you want to?
All of us want to grow in our own respective profession or in our career. That is common, right? So one thing which we want to explore is that now currently our opportunities are coming because of our so-called CA, auditor, tax. If we want to explore into, say, new areas, what are the skills or what kind of canvas that we have to create for ourselves so that there can be a shift in our thinking, shift in our creativity, so that we boldly face the clients or environment, update ourselves.
Sure.
So that we are ready for the market.
So,
marketing and branding. Yes.
I'm sorry?
Marketing and branding.
Yeah, but that's one thing that I lack. If one of you wants to teach me marketing and branding, I'd love to, because I am not good at it at all. What I can contribute to you is by way of creative thinking. So I was speaking to Sangeeta and I know each other very well. So we have this tool called, would you like to learn a tool? So that, it's essential, there's something tangible, something that you can take away with you, something that you can use, and something that also enhances your creativity. Would you like to learn that? So let's do one thing. So time is now 10 to 5. We have an hour less. So let me do two things. One is a tool for thinking, to help you think, right? I know it sounds odd to help you think, but you will notice that when you learn the tool, it could be useful to you in your life, in your profession. You could also go home and teach your children, which is something that is very close to my heart. I think we need to change the conversation at home, right? So it's something that you can take away with you. You can teach your children. All of you can converse around it. Start to think. Let's do that. I'll also do one tool called lateral thinking. Lateral thinking is the ability to think out of the box. So, though we keep using the word out of the box, out of the box, out of the box, we really don't know what it is, right? How do you actually look at out of the box thinking? So we'll do the out of the box thinking tool. So essentially and then if you have the time, I'll introduce you to systems thinking, which is very, very powerful. So these are the three things. It's always good to let you know what you're going to learn so that, your expectations are focused on that. So let's start with the hacks. How many of you know the hacks other than Sangeeta already?
Hacks?
The 6 thinking hacks? You know it very well?
I know.
Okay, fine. So good, so you can participate. The 6 thinking hacks is essentially a tool for thinking. Essentially a tool for thinking. Now, the operative word here is tool. Because we're constantly thinking, right? We never learn how to think in school, in college, we never learn how to think. It's not the only tool for thinking. One of the things that you should do when you go back home today is to Google thinking. And a lot of tools will jump on you. So the question is, can I start to learn how to think? When I start to learn how to think, I'm not being judgmental. I'm only saying it's a tool, by definition. A tool is something that you can use when you want to. Right? For instance, the mic is a tool. I don't have to use the mic all the time. When I want to speak, when I want the voice to reach to a larger audience, I use the mic. So please remember, when you're learning a tool, it's always optional. You keep it in your pocket and you use it when it's necessary. Right? That's what we'll do. So we're talking about a tool for the 6 thinking hacks. And it'd be nice to get your participation because it's something that's going to be fun. So I've just started with this because when I spoke to Vijay Lakshmi, I told her I do canvas of creativity, so I put it there on this. It doesn't mean I'll do it, so that she's happy, right? So we spoke about it and it's there. But essentially this is an important slide if you want to take it away with you because you will start to understand that creativity is about all that, right? Creativity is about imagination. Now, can you in the next 1 minute travel to your hometown and come back? You can. Can you in the next 1 minute travel to Gujarat and come back? You can. So what are we learning? We are learning that we have this brilliant tool called imagination. And almost everything around in this room came about because of imagination. If something has not been invented today, it's because it had not been imagined. My sister died about 4 years ago, very unfortunate. She died of kidney disease. And one of the problems that she had for 5 years, at some point of time we were hoping that she would die, is because dialysis is so difficult. She has to go for dialysis 3 times a week. And when she comes back from dialysis, she's so tired because the entire blood has been drained out, taken out of her body, cleaned and put back inside. So Monday she goes for dialysis, Wednesday she goes for dialysis, Friday she goes for dialysis. Tuesday and Thursday, she's absolutely tired. What sort of life is that? At that time I used to imagine a small dialysis machine which could be put in your pocket. And I've been telling my IT students saying, can you invent that? So unless you imagine something, you can't make it real. And that is the power of imagination. So almost everything here on that canvas is going to be something that each one of you can specialize in. You asked me about, future, right? One of you can say, I'm going to teach imagination. Somebody can say, I'm going to teach questioning. Somebody can say, I'm going to teach curiosity. So you can become a creativity teacher too at some point in your life if you want. So let's get back to the 6 hands. I'll come back to this. Yeah, the 6 hands is a, can you see? So 6 hands was invented by this person called Edward de Bono. I had the privilege of learning from him. I was in TCS. In TCS we wanted to get into creativity in a big way. So TCS said, why don't we invite Edward de Bono to teach us? And I happened to learn from him. So the 6 thinking hats, of course, Edward de Bono unfortunately is no more. So the 6 thinking hats is essentially a tool. Look at the tools we have in our daily life, right? We have the toothbrush for cleaning teeth, we have the car, we have cell phones, we have hammer, we have the laptop, we have utensils. This whole room is surrounded by tools. Why are tools important? Why are tools important? Look at that. Why is that important? Make your life easier. So therefore, why not? Why not tools for thinking? Brilliant. Thank you. So this is what principle, right? You can learn how to think, which is what we're going to do. Good thinking. If you are a good thinker, automatically creativity will follow, and creativity is easier with tools. So essentially there are 6 hats. There are 6 hats. Each hat has a color. White, yellow, blue, green, red, purple, correct?
Black.
Purple?
Black.
Black. And come here. White hat, when you put on the white hat, right? When you put on, okay, let's take an example. This bottle of water. Now, let's assume that you're thinking about the bottle of water. All of you, what are you doing? You are thinking about the bottle of water. What is the bottle of water in the thinking? You are the thinker. What is the bottle of water? It is something that you have to think about. It's called the focus. You cannot think without the focus. So you are the thinker. The bottle of water is the focus. Now you are thinking about the bottle. You are thinking about the bottle. What is the meaning of thinking about the bottle? The 6 thinking hats is a way of thinking. So now can you put on your white hat? White hat, can you just symbolically put something on your head, please? Just take a paper and put it on your head. Good. Put a hat. Very good, nice. Actually you should take a picture. Thanks. So good. What have you got? What have you got on your head? White hat. The white hat is about information. What I know, what I want to know. You can take back your hats now. Now white hat is about information. So what is the information about this bottle you have? What do you know? You have to say, I know that. You say, I know.
I know that.
It's water.
I know it is. Not that what?
There's water inside.
I know there's water in it.
I know water is important.
I know water is important.
I know water is in food.
I know water is full. I know. Okay, it quench your thirst. I know. I know the volume the glass.
I know I'm not
I'm you're there.
I need to know whether it's drinkable.
So, what you know is white hat. What you need to know is also white hat. What you need to know?
Whether it's drinkable.
Whether it's drinkable. Very good. What you need to know?
Use by date, expiry.
Okay, I need to know what taste. Okay, I need to know.
Essential.
I'm sorry?
Essential.
Okay, I need to know what it contains. I need to know. Think. Don't stop thinking.
Whether I can reuse the bottle.
I think brilliant. Whether I can reuse the bottle. That's all it is. So all of you have become white hat thinkers. Now you can use your white hat about your profession. What do I know about the auditing profession? What do I want to know? What do I know about my client? What do I want to know? What do I know about my family? What do I want to know? What do I know about Madras? What do I want to know? White hat. That's all it is. It's nothing more than that. So the white hat is, what is white hat?
What I know.
Brilliant. And then you remove your white hat and you put on a yellow hat. When you put on the yellow hat, you only think about benefits, value. What are the benefits of the bottle? Benefits. It quenches thirst. Brilliant. What else?
It
Hydrates.
Hydrates. What else? Benefits. Think.
nourishes you.
Nourishes. Okay. What else? You also said that. I think you said that. Somebody said that. You said that. What else can it be used for? What else can it be used for other than bottle of water? Other than stored water?
You can use it for cooking.
Brilliant. No, this bottle. What can you use for?
Recycle.
Recycle. What else? So what are we learning? We're learning yellow hat is about potential. What else can I be other than a speaker? What else can I be other than a teacher? What else can you be other than a chartered accountant? The potential. So what is the yellow hat?
Potential.
Yeah, what is the yellow hat of this? What else can it be?
And we use for
Think. Use for?
We can use as a to plant.
To plant trees, very good. Can use for, supposing somebody comes to attack you, what can you do?
You can throw it.
You can use it as a weapon. Right? Suppose you want to make chapatis. You can use it as a rolling pin. Suppose you want to distract the child. You can use it as a toy. So that's yellow hat. Yellow hat is looking at the potential, looking at benefits. Yellow hat is a very powerful hat because it helps you understand that almost for everything in life, you can use yellow hat. Can I ask you some uncomfortable questions about life? Yes? You will use yellow hat?
Yes.
Okay. Suppose you get a call from your family right now saying don't come back home. Stay where you are. What is your yellow hat? There you are. There you are. See how powerful we are, right? We don't need family.
You should have asked the question. We will decide whether it is comfortable or not.
Exactly. You know, you people are so clever and so brave because same question I asked my IIT students. I asked them, what if the government of India decided IIT is going to close? They can't say it. They are so scared. So, but yellow hat teaches you that every situation, there is something yellow about it. Right? So yellow hat is an attitude. It's not really a thinking hat as much as it is a attitude. So what is white hat? White hat? What I know, what I need to know. Yellow hat? Benefits. And then you remove the yellow hat. You remove the yellow hat and put on a black hat. The black hat is the difficulty, caution, problem, risk. When you put on the black hat, you ask yourself, what is the problem? What is the risk? The black hat is not a negative hat. But the black hat is not the opposite of yellow. It's simply saying, for anything in life, I need to know what is the black hat. I need to know what can go wrong. Right? So the black hat about the bottle?
Will be sufficient.
It may not be sufficient. Very good. Then?
Plastic is not good.
Plastic is not good. Then?
What if the lid is
contaminated.
Water can be contaminated.
What if the lid is loose, it might leak?
Exactly. It may leak. And a small child may swallow and choke on it. Right?
It will go into my nose.
Yeah, you go through that. Very good. So therefore, the water is also, it's leaking. Right? So, black hat is difficulty, caution, problem, risk. What is the black hat about your profession?
So many things.
I might say
Black hat about the auditing profession? Difficulty, caution, problem, risk. I'm sorry?
Yes, it's for attestation.
Yeah, okay. Okay, then what else?
Yeah, tomorrow the client will go away and if they do not pay the money.
True. Tomorrow AI.
Dementia, I may not be able to consult.
Very good. Tomorrow AI may come and say, I will audit, the machine will audit for me. Which is the, yeah.
Time
So-
constraints.
I'm sorry?
Time constraints.
Yeah, time constraints, family. Correct. I know how much auditors suffer because of people like us. So therefore, white hat. What is white hat? Yellow hat? children repeating after me, right? So beautiful. There's no greater sound than, participants, okay, in your case, children repeat. You must go take a video and show it to your kids, saying, see what I did in class. So they go, white hat, yellow hat, black hat, and then you remove the black hat and you put on a red hat. No, the red hat is a feelings hat. Just look at the red hat, try and go home and read as much about the red hat as possible. Lord, it's a feelings hat. It's the intuition hat. It's not a thinking hat. Red hat tells you that the range of feelings, I love something, I hate something, constantly. We make all our decisions because of red hat, right? We go buy a sari because of red hat. We buy cars because of red hat. We fall in love because of red hat. We fall out of love because of red hat. There's no reason to red hat. You don't ask yourself, why am I falling in love with that person? You just fall in love, that's it, right? And red hat keeps changing all the time. I like something, I don't like something, I like something, I don't like something. I make decisions. And many times in TCS, we've used red hat several times in meetings where we say, what is your red hat about your client? And many of you will say, this client, he may not pay me money. Where do you get that information from? Just an intuitive thing. The client doesn't like me, you don't like the client. Red hat is a very powerful hat to understand your feeling. But remember, red hat is no reason. For instance, ask me, Shiva, what's your red hat about your children? Ask me.
What is the red hat?
You stop, you're about to say Shiva and you stop. You're about to say, what's your red hat?
What also start with what?
So Shiva, what's your red hat about your children?
Same message. Sir, what is your red hat about your children?
I can say I hate my children. And you can be very upset with me. But you cannot take me to court. You cannot put me in jail because I don't like my children. That's it. I hate them. So what are we learning? We're learning that feelings are personal and feelings are legitimate. Right? There's a legitimacy to my feelings.
Every feeling is valuable.
Exactly.
It can be illogical.
Completely. There's no need to think. I just look at my child and I say, okay. And many times I have hated my children because they've taken away my time from me, my life from me, my convenience. So boring to have kids, right? So much service. But same person, you, me, meet me tomorrow and you ask me, Shiva, what's your red hat of your children? Ask tomorrow.
So what's your red hat?
And I can say I love them. And that's what we do, right? And red hat becomes constantly changing. So what are we learning? We're learning that someone's hatred to something or love for something can actually be changed. Right? It's not permanent. People don't dislike you, people dislike what you do, right? So therefore, white hat, what is white hat?
What I know.
Very good. Yellow hat?
Values.
Black hat? Red hat? And Intuition is gut feeling, right? You're driving a car very fast. Your friend is sitting next to you saying, what are you doing? And suddenly you brake and a truck whizzes past you. And you say, I knew the truck would come, right? Intuition is something in your stomach, something tells you today is not going to be a great day, right? Something tells you today is going to be a wonderful day. So red hat is intuition, feelings. White hat information, yellow hat benefits, black hat problems, red hat feelings, and the last of the hats is the next hat is the green hat. The green hat is the ideas hat. While all the other hats are doing thinking, the green hat is generating ideas. Which is why the green hat is important, because the green hat says, fine, great, super, wonderful. There's a black hat. Black hat is the lip can be swallowed by a child. What is the green hat for that?
Instead of opening it completely,
Where the children can't take.
Okay, you can keep it away. Very good. Green.
Instead of opening the lid completely, we can.
You can open it like this. Very good. Then
Bigger lid, so we cannot.
bigger, so they cannot. Very good. So what are you doing? You're all wearing the
Green hat.
And suddenly you get the confidence that life need not just be black. For every black, there is a green, right? Similarly, it can also be made of chocolate, right? So that when the child eats it, it actually is chocolate. So green hat is about creativity. So green hat can, what did we say? Black? Black follows, green follows?
Black.
Black. Black hat, green hat. Does green follow yellow hat? Yellow hat is benefits. How will green follow yellow hat? What is benefit of this mic? It can reach 20 meters. Yellow hat, a green hat?
How can I make a mic which can extend even beyond that?
Brilliant. So enhancing yellow, making yellow even more powerful could be green. So green hat is the creativity hat, green hat is the ideas hat. White hat?
Information.
I can't hear you.
Information.
Yellow hat? Black hat? Red hat?
Feeling.
And green hat? Brilliant. And finally, the blue hat. The blue hat is managing the thinking. The blue hat is saying, let me manage the thinking. There are two ways of using the blue hat. One is, for instance, you can, let me quickly demonstrate the blue hat. The blue hat is the umpire hat. The blue hat is the referee hat, right? Remember the blue hat as the umpire hat? How do you start to think? Which hat do you wear? Which hat do you end with? All this, the blue hat will dictate.
Mind mapping.
I'm sorry?
Mind mapping.
No, the blue hat essentially sets the agenda, right? Okay, I'm going to think about the bottle. Let me start with white hat. I'm going to think about the bottle. Let me start with yellow hat. That sort of thing. It manages the thinking. Let me give you a demonstration. So the four of you, right? The four of you are in a meeting. Let's look at the four of them. They are all in a meeting. And you're in a meeting. We're going to be discussing doing business in China. What are we going to discuss?
Doing business in China.
So I come inside. I say, ladies, thank you very much for being here. For the next 5 minutes, we are going to be discussing doing business in China. What hat am I wearing?
White.
I come in. I say, we are going to be discussing doing business in China. What hat?
Blue.
All the hats, if you say it once, one will be right. What hat? Think.
Information.
No, I'm, what am I doing? I'm starting the meeting. I'm starting the meeting. What does the blue hat do? Managing. So I'm starting the meeting. So what hat? Blue hat. The blue hat starts the meeting. The blue hat starts the thinking. So the blue hat sets the agenda, China. The blue hat talks about the participants. Who are the participants? Blue hat. All these are powerful blue hat roles. If one of you wants to be a great facilitator, the blue hat, right? You can facilitate meetings. So now, what is the topic? Doing business. So all of you are here. So I say, okay, let's put on the white hat. What is white hat about China? Give me one white hat on China.
China is a communist country.
China is a communist country.
China is most populated country.
China is very populated.
There is labor intensive.
China?
Because of population, it is labor intensive.
Okay, labor.
Cheap products.
Cheap products. What are they doing? What hat? White hat. Now, did they argue with each other? No. All of them were focused on what?
Information.
No, focused on China. They didn't try to pull each other down. They were doing what is called parallel thinking. And this is a great tool for meetings with your client. When you sit down with your client and you discuss, okay, you say, let's talk about your assets. And what are the assets? You haven't stopped keeping on arguing. So the blue hat manages the thinking. The topic is China, white hat, white hat, white hat, white hat. The blue hat takes care that the topic is the most important. Now, while the white hat is going on, can you say, just say, I hate China.
I hate China.
What hat? Red hat. What? I hate China. What hat? Red hat. So what did the blue hat say?
White.
Let's speak to. White hat.
White hat.
Supposing I give you a chance, say what is your red hat? Then you say the red hat. While the white hat is, you're thinking about white hat, don't interfere with any other hat. So this is a great power in thinking, because the thinking tells you that you need to discipline yourself in thinking. You're thinking about information, finish information before you go to feelings.
So you don't jump into...
Brilliant. You don't jump to different hats, constantly think this hat, that hat, this hat.
And diversion of topic that takes place usually.
It's a great thing for you.
Thinking in diversion process.
When your client is speaking to you, you can say, listen, don't bring in your feelings right now. Just tell me your information you have. Finish the information. Now tell me your emotional whatever. Now tell me what are the problems you have. Now tell me what are the benefits, whatever. So what you're really doing is structuring his thinking, right? So therefore the blue hat does that. So what hat is going on?
White.
What is the topic? China. So now, can you, Vijay, right? Vijay or Vijayashree? Vijayalakshmi, sorry. Vijayalakshmi, can you say, I know in Mexico they speak Spanish. Say it.
I know in Mexico they speak Spanish.
What hat?
White
Hat. But what will the blue hat say? Brilliant. What a great lesson, right? We keep shifting focus. Right now, tell the blue hat will say, I'm sorry, we're talking about Mexico. I'm sorry, China. Stick to China. So these are the two disciplines of the blue hat. Focus. What am I thinking about? China. What hat am I wearing? And time. You say, let us do China for 10 minutes. At the end of 10 minutes, you stop. So therefore, the blue hat manages the thinking. The blue hat helps you think. You can do blue hat in a group or... So therefore, you can do it individually. You can say, I'm going to buy a house. I want to buy a house. Sit down in a quiet place and think. Information about the house. Problems about the house. The benefits of the house. How can I solve the problem? Information about the house. The house is near the school. The house is 900 square feet. The house costs 1 crore. Problems about the house. It's very expensive. I don't have the money to buy the house. The neighbors have a dog. Problems. Benefits of the house. Very near the school. My red hat. I just love the house. And then find out how you can solve the problems. You may not buy the house, you may not make a decision, but you have thought through the whole thing. So the 6 thinking hats is a tool for exploring a topic. Exploring completely. You are happy. In Nidam I have really thought about it. Right? You will not regret not having thought. So it's individual. You can use it individually, you can also use it as a group. That's it. That's all it is. So what are the hats? White.
Yellow.
White hat for? Yellow hat?
Benefits and benefits.
Black hat?
Problems.
Green hat? Red hat?
Feelings.
And blue hat? Brilliant. Very good. You're all very good children. So you can use it as group, you can use it for presentations, you can use it to whatever. The whole 6 hats is something that you can. So let's try and test you, right? You can use the hats to write a report for the ICLS Institute as to what happened today. Yellow hat about today, the black hat about today, the problems about today, the green hat and everything. You can use it for writing reports, making presentations. So name the hat, let's test you now.
White.
Very good, so good you people are. I don't understand why you have to learn anything. The swimming pool is dangerous because...
Black.
Very good.
Feelings.
Red.
Yellow, benefits.
Red.
Green. Sorry. Wow, how can you people be so clever? What is the reason? Food. Because of you, because you arrange food for them. No? What is the reason you're so clever? Why is it so quiet? No, really nice to know that you have learned it. That's all it is. So therefore, the 6 hats, the rules are, there is no order for the hats. Use as many hats as you want to. Everyone wears the same hat. Everyone is capable of thinking under any hat. That's it. Good. Sorry. Alright, that's all it is. Any questions?
Somebody mentioned in his book, I'm not very sure, as to which hat should help towards the final hat, which will help towards decision making. Does he mention
So,
or it stops with how you need
so the 6 hat is not a decision making tool. It goes towards helping you make a decision, that's all.
But he doesn't suggest.
No, he doesn't talk about decision making.
No, practically, red hat comes. The feelings.
All of them.
But all your red hat,
Practice this.
all your red, no, there's no need to practice. See, each one of us does this all the time. We're just putting it in structure, that's all. We're just putting a structure. It's not as if red hat will make a great decision. Many times we fall in love, but we have made a mistake, right? So
No, but that is coming first time, say.
I think we won't
Many
use
times.
blue hat many times.
Yeah.
I think we won't use blue hat many times. Other time we used it regularly.
But playing the devil's advocate role, they say, like it helps in concising the topic and bringing out some conclusive.
The what?
Playing the devil's advocate role.
Okay.
Helps in concreting the decision making and helps out with the perfect solution. That's what they say.
Correct. So, from a creativity, any other question? Any other question on the hats? We have about 15 minutes more. Any other question on the hats? There's one question that you must ask. 100 rupee question. I don't have the money here, but 100 rupee. Get me money. Yeah, 100 rupee question.
How do we practice it? Like,
No, that's not 100. 100 rupees. Who wants to earn 100 rupees? One question. Actually, the answer is there right in front of you. As very...
Which hat should I wear?
No, why should we even wear the hats?
No. What is the 100 rupee question on that?
More colors to be hats.
Is there
Can I wear multiple hats at the same time?
Why should we wear hats?
No.
Which hat should I wear
Is
first?
there a... Is there a...
Which hat should I wear first?
Any sequence?
Good one. You get 50 rupees. But make it properly, the question. Which hat should I wear first? Is there a... Is there a... Brilliant. So 50, 50. 50 for her, 50 for her. Is there a sequence for the hats? Is there a sequence? Is there a hat that you start with and you end with? What is the answer? No sequence. No sequence. You can start with white hat. You can simply say, Sangeeta, what is your yellow hat about this place? I didn't do white hat. I didn't do black hat. I simply want to know. So the hat that you use depends on what you want in life, right? You can ask a client, what is your yellow hat about Dubai? There's no need for any other hat. Therefore, there is no need for sequence.
So sometimes they just say, put on your thinking hat, which hat you refer to?
I don't think. Right? So therefore, that is your 6 thinking hats: white hat information, yellow hat benefits, black hat problems, green hat creativity, red hat feelings, and the blue hat for managing thinking. Okay? So it's just a tool for structuring your thinking. That's all it is. Nothing, it's not some magical thing. Personally, for me, it has really helped me in my life because it's almost automatic now, right? You see something, you say, okay, this is the black hat, helps you to think. You can teach it to your children. You can, find out if I think children take to it very quickly because, they're able to structure it many times. Yeah. You can also help them to focus on things, saying, don't jump from one hat to hat, let's finish. You can use it for writing stories, writing your whatever,
I think it helps a lot in not making impulsive decisions in life, isn't it?
No, we still make impulsive decisions. It's just a
It may not be
tool.
a decision, it can be conclusions.
I'm saying use it as a tool, right? Don't become one 6 hats gyan sort of thing. Keep it in your pocket and use it. For instance, if there's a lot of chaos in your life or in a crowd or something, use it. If there is, people are constantly negative, then say, can I shift the thinking to yellow hat? So use it, learn it very well. Write to me, I can give you much more information on it. Most importantly, teach it to someone, right? Call your school. I tell you, there's no greater service that we can do to go back to the schools that we came from. Tell your principal, I just learned the 16 hats, ask me for my presentation, and go and teach the 9th standard kids. They would love you for it. And the school, of course, will love you for it too. Once you teach it 4 or 5 times, it becomes easier for you to assimilate. When you teach, you start to understand what are the mistakes you're making, and don't change examples, use the same examples. I've been teaching it for 20 years now. I have not changed my examples at all. Just the same thing, bottle of water, yellow hat, same thing. So yeah, as long as it's not boring to you, it's okay. So would you like to learn one more tool?
Yes.
Yes? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So let's learn one tool let's learn one tool called lateral thinking, and then we stop, okay? So what is lateral thinking? Lateral thinking is generating ideas, right? So for instance, normally what is the meaning of ideas? What is the meaning of generating ideas? What is the meaning of generating ideas? When do you generate an idea? When do you need ideas?
When you have a problem.
When you have a problem to solve. So supposing I say, let us go for a picnic next week. Give me some ideas to make the picnic great. Give me some ideas to make it a very nice, lively picnic.
Games.
Then?
You can ask everyone something colorful and fun.
Okay, yeah. Then?
Food.
Huh? Food. Brilliant. Food. Then? Location. So what are you people doing? You are generating ideas. Where do these ideas come from? Where did they come from? Food. Color. Where did it come from?
Past
Experience, thinking, all that. But supposing I keep asking you generate idea, sometime you will stop. You say, Shiva, hold on, I cannot generate anymore. That is when you use lateral thinking. Lateral thinking again is a tool for generating dash ideas. Generating
More out of more than one.
Brilliant, thank you. Generating more ideas. I have generated 7 ideas on the picnic. I want more ideas. Lateral thinking. There are several tools for lateral thinking, but we don't have the time to do all of them. I'll do one. So this one. So what is lateral thinking?
Generating
more ideas or generating out of the box ideas. Okay? There are 4 steps. If you follow the 4 steps, that's all it is. Just listen to the 4 steps. What is this? Anyone? What is this?
Wingless fan.
Huh?
Wingless fan.
If you don't know what is it, she knows what it is. If you don't know what you think it is.
No, air blowers are so powerful. It's an air blower.
No, but that's why. That's because you know it. But if you don't know it, what do you guess it is?
Light.
It actually, she's right. It's a fan. It's called the Dyson fan. Why is it we cannot recognize it as a fan? Because it has no blades. And that is what we're going to learn. How do we generate such out-of-the-box ideas? So let's assume that you are the owner of a... Okay, what are we... I have to be very clear on this. What are you going to learn now?
Lateral thinking.
What is lateral thinking? How to generate? And how to generate? Out of the box ideas. Yeah? How to generate out of the box ideas. Now look at this example. Assume that you are the owner of a restaurant. Who are you?
Owner of the restaurant.
Thank you so much for replying. Okay, nice. It's so nice that one kindergarten class. But remain that way, please. It's so nice to listen to you. So nice. It's so humble of you to actually reply like that. So humble. So, who are you people? Very good. Would you like to own a restaurant someday?
Yes. No.
No? I also want to. I want to own a restaurant. Difficult. At least I want to supply food to some people. Anyway, so you're all owners of a restaurant, but a restaurant is not doing well. You're very unhappy. But you love your restaurant very much, you don't want to give it up. And then you come to this lateral thinking workshop and you say, I'm going to learn new ideas. So therefore, all of you are owners of a restaurant. Step 1 is your focus. Always in creative thinking, you set your focus. What do I want to think about? I am thinking about ideas to make money from a restaurant. That's what you want. You don't want money. You want ideas. You'll always get what you want. You want ideas to make money. What is your focus?
Ideas, yes.
I want you to tell me what your focus is now.
Ideas
to make money from the restaurant. Ideas, right? So step 1, focus. Ideas. Step 2, what you take for granted about restaurants. What is it that restaurants must have? Food, right? So therefore, you say, I take for granted restaurants have food. You have to, in the sense that's the basic thing, right? Basic. That's step 2. Step 2 is, what do you take for granted. Step 3, drop what you took for granted. Drop, restaurants have food. What should you drop? Food. So what will it be? Restaurants have? Brilliant. Restaurants have no food. But what is your focus?
Make money.
Ideas to make money. But restaurants have?
No food.
What are the ideas? Give me 10 ideas from this room. I know you people are very clever. 10 ideas to make money from restaurants, but restaurants have?
No food.
No food. Give me ideas.
Something to drink.
I'm sorry, only to drink, beverages only, no food, very good, then?
Ambience.
Only ambience, great ambience, no food, then?
Team restaurant.
I'm sorry?
Team restaurant.
Team restaurant,
There's something kind of
cricket, huh?
You don't put food there, say potluck. People can just come and
Brilliant, people come, wow. They don't want food. Very good, you're very clever, huh? People come with their own food. Only entertainment, have entertainment, very good. What else? What else? Only games, no food. Only smell of food. So go to the restaurant and say, excuse me, but your biryani smell. Only smell of food, no food. Right? Only smell. Imagine what a lovely restaurant. You can create smell like that. Only pictures of food. So take your children, masala dosa, dahi vada. Only pictures. Museum of food. Museum of food. China food, Russia food, museum of food, museum of utensils, museum, only menu card, right? Different types of menu card, wooden card, carved card, make your own menu card, draw art on the menu card. How many ideas, right? So therefore, restaurants have no food. What are the ideas? New ideas could be restaurant only beverages, restaurant only menu card, restaurant only smell of food, pictures, crockery, museum, restaurant has speaking classes, and finally restaurant has also got food. So therefore, how many ideas? So many ideas for making money. How did it happen? Because you were brave enough to drop the food. And that is the power of this tool. That when you think, you say, fans have no brains. Classrooms have no walls. What is it that you can take for granted about auditing? What do you take for granted about auditing? Auditing?
I don't attest.
I don't?
Attest.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what that is, but attest is. Yeah. So auditing is about advising on accounts. Auditing is not about advising on accounts. Auditing can be advising on life. So you can become a life coach as an auditor. Right? So you think that this is the only thing that you can do. So Dropping what you take for granted is what makes this work. In 5 more minutes, yeah.
So you can take your time.
No, so this is the restaurant called Anna Lakshmi in Singapore, where, what do you think they have dropped? Very famous restaurant in Singapore. What do you take for granted? Restaurants charge money. Restaurants, they don't charge. So auditing, maybe you can become an auditor who doesn't charge money. Seriously, auditors, that's a great one. Auditors charge money, auditors don't charge money. In this restaurant, you go and pay whatever you want. Whatever you want. And they make a lot of money. Lot of money.
Is it a paid forward restaurant?
I'm sorry?
Is it a paid forward restaurant? That is called a paid forward.
So it's run very beautifully. It's managed by very rich people. That is, they do the cooking and all that. And they even do the service and everything. So don't be surprised if Anna Lakshmi, the CEO of a company, comes and serves you lassi. He doesn't charge money. So they take only the donations. Food is very good. So that's what it is. So why is it called pattern breaking, this tool? Why? It's called pattern breaking. Why? Because you are dropping the patterns. Restaurants have, okay, I'm going to, just to help you become good at this tool, I'm going to ask you certain questions. You just have to say no, right? So, restaurants have food, but I want ideas on food, ideas on restaurant. Restaurant has food. You will say restaurant has?
No food. No.
Brilliant. Ideas on watch. Ideas on watches. Watches show the time. Watches?
Don't show the time.
Brilliant. Ideas for shoes. Shoes are meant for walking. Shoes are not meant for walking. See how your mind starts to change now. So what? Shoes are not meant for walking. But only if you say, only if you are brave enough and say, shoes are not meant for walking, will you put GPS on the shoes. Will you make new types of shoes? Right? Ideas for phones. Ideas for phones. Phones are meant for communicating. Phones are
Not meant for communicating.
camera phones, right? Ideas for classrooms. Classrooms have teachers. Classrooms have no teachers. We have learning. And that's all it is, right? So I'm going to stop now because Sangeeta has to, you need to get the benefit of her knowledge. So thank you very much. Before that, what did we learn? 6 hats. What are the hats?
White, yellow, black.
No, you can't say white, yellow, blue. White hat for?
Information.
Yellow hat?
Benefits.
Black hat?
Problems.
Green hat?
Ideas.
Red hat?
Feelings.
Black hat?
Problems.
And what are the 4 steps for lateral thinking?
Set the focus. Set your focus. Break the pattern. Break the pattern. Don't break it. Drop.
Before that,
List what you take.
this what takes for granted.
Drop the
And 4,
new ideas.
generate ideas. That's it. Any questions? So thank you for a wonderful afternoon. Write to me. You have my email ID is shiva@thinkpaperclip.com. Sorry. That's my ID. Shiva@biomimicry Compass. I can give you materials when you want to teach or something like that. Okay. So thank you very much. I had a wonderful time.
Thank you, sir. I also had a very good
Bye.
So thank you so much, sir, and it was really enjoyable. See, reading the Edward de Bono and listening to the techniques are totally 2 different things. It offered more of practical knowledge which I requested, because when we have self-development programs in between sessions, sometimes only we listen and we are not able to follow. We are not able to take the ideas and implement it. So what my request to him was, give us something which we can take back. So that was what the Thinking Hats was about. So thank you very much, and I hope it was interesting.
Yes,
so
yes,
let us have another round of claps for. Now we go go to the next session and Sonia will be introducing the
independent directorships. We are going to be focusing on choosing the right opportunities, right? So we're going to be focusing on that. How you can gear up as an independent director, and then the pitfalls of being an independent director. That's also something important that we need to know, and also how you can go about making your decisions whether to join a particular board or not, right? So these are going to be some of the key takeaways for you.
One key takeaway I want is how to get to be an.
We will talk about that as well. That is also covered. So that's the part of the opportunities, right? So don't worry. We can discuss it in further once I complete the talk as well. And on the leadership part of it, we're going to be focusing on what are the current leadership challenges as a board director, what and how do we overcome these challenges, and I'm going to share with you leadership mantras to be successful leaders, right? So this is what today's talk is going to focus on. So, firstly, from the people present here, how many of you want to be independent directors? Can I see a show of hands? Okay, that's about 50-60%. Okay, wonderful. No, everybody didn't raise their hands. Okay,
That's given.
for you, may not be the case for others. I'd also like to know, are any of you already independent directors? I know Geeta is, yes. Anybody else apart from her? No. Okay, no worries. Okay, so let's get to the brass tacks. Who is an independent director? I'd like to hear from you. You all want to be, yeah?
Directors who are not in regular day-to-day activities.
Wonderful, wonderful. Yes.
So you can bring different skill sets. It can be you can be an industry expert, or you can be a marketing expert, or you can be a communicating expert, or any skill that you can bring into that.
Good.
Or you can be a part of the investor.
Representing the
representative
investor.
of the investor.
Yes.
Or you can be a part of the, you want to oversee, I mean, the investor could put up appointed you to oversee, or the government could have appointed you to oversee from the MCA side, or so many ways you can be independent.
Absolutely. So basically, like the name says, independent director. So you're independent, right? You're not really associated with the company, right? So you're independent and you're here to discharge your duties in an independent capacity, right? So that is what an independent director is. So right, so I'd like to understand why you want to be an independent director. Challenging, okay. What are the reasons?
It is another opportunity.
Opportunities, right?
It adds to your stature.
Adding to your stature, very good.
You may get very exposure from the
Exposure, yes, yes.
And we can be in the part of decision making rather than in auditing and finding faults. We can be that side also.
Lovely, I like that. Yes, definitely. You can be a decision maker. Absolutely.
share your expertise.
Share your expertise. Absolutely. Yes, great. So there are different reasons. Now, the reason I asked this question is I want you to have the clarity first. Right? So it's just again, put on your thinking hats and then see why you really want to be an independent director. So that was the why. What does an independent director do?
Depending on what, as I said, you are representing the investor.
Yeah, if you're an investor representative, yes.
As an industry expert, you would be seeing that the industry standards are met, and then you would give your
Absolutely. Yes, yes.
And also you would also see that apart you are a third person viewing as to how the affairs are being conducted.
Okay.
So you can also validate whether the decisions being taken are in interest of the
Okay.
stakeholders, different kind of stakeholders.
Sure. What else does an independent director?
Be the voice.
Be the voice of
The section you represent.
the section. So which is the section you represent?
The section in the sense who has nominated you for that particular
That is
position.
very interesting. We will discuss that. No perhaps. We will discuss that. Okay, great. Yeah, that is if you're coming from the investor.
No,
not always, because you're an independent director. Remember that, right? So investor, you're representing the investor is a different thing.
Industry representative, or you could be an expert in the industry.
So that's when you're an independent director.
Okay, my investment argument.
Yes. So that is what, because that's very important to know. Because if you were to look at the high-level roles and responsibilities of an independent director, right? These are some, whether you're an investor representative or not, these are few areas, key areas I'm highlighting at a very high level that you need to focus on. The corporate governance, right? You are here as an independent director, you need to ensure the corporate governance is maintained. What is corporate governance?
Compliance of business.
Sorry,
Business practices.
Business practices is basically a set of rules. Like when you're playing any sport, you have a set of rules to follow, right? So similarly, companies have sets of rules to follow. So firstly, you'll have to ensure that the corporate governance is intact. Protection, or you said section of the society, which is right, which is your stakeholders, and in most listed companies, an independent director is a representative of the minority stakeholders, right? You need to ensure the voice of the minority is protected, right, as an independent director. So that is why. So the reason, ma'am, I was telling you was, the promoter may have appointed you. The promoter may not have the best interest of the minority, but you can't really support the promoter. You will have to take an independent view, because your ultimate objective as an independent director is to protect the minority interest, right? Compliance, right? Companies need to be compliant, and independence director have, to ensure that they are being compliant. The risks, right? Companies have different risks, industry-specific risks. It varies. So, as an independent director, you will have to also see what sort of risks are there and how these risks can be mitigated. A financial oversight, right? Because obviously, the company is all about mullah or money, right? So we need to see that the financial performance of the company is doing well. What sort of strategic decisions is the business taking, right? Is it really contributing to the growth of the company? Or, are they going to be headed towards insolvency or bankruptcy, right? So these are some strategic decisions. You need to evaluate the performance, and there could be others, like, if you're part of any of the committees, audit committee, or NRC, which is nomination and remuneration committee, so on and so forth, you will have specific responsibilities to do that. So this is at a very, very high level. You need to ensure that if you're an independent director, these are some of the key roles and responsibilities that come along with it. Now let's come to this interesting part. Why should there be a woman director? Why should it even have to do anything with gender?
Employees will be there, women employees will be there, so to protect. So employees is also a stakeholder, right?
Gender equality.
But why gender equality?
Women are
Now it is not there.
women are more empathetic, so that
You're close. So let me share this.
gender representation.
No, gender representation, why should there be gender representation, right? So like she exactly said, it is perspective difference. See, women are wired differently compared to men, right? So their men's thinking, the way of their thought process is going to be different compared to the women. So women, we are wired differently, we tend to think differently, right? And that is why it's important to have diversity. Now when I say diversity, it's not restricted just to gender diversity. It has to be thought diversity, geographical diversity, age diversity, right? That's when you get different multitude of ideas. And therefore, that's what makes diversity. Now don't think diversity is only gender diversity. You need to have different people contributing. Now imagine, we are all chartered accountants in this room. Now if all of us are going to be discussing and probably looking, we're probably going to be talking only about your income statement, balance sheet, the different financial aspects of it. But whereas, if you have somebody, let's say an engineer, right, and he may look at it from a different perspective, it's simply because of that diversification of thoughts. And that is why it's important to have women. Because men are always thinking, in a very different manner, like somebody said women are more empathetic, for example, right? And therefore, it's important to have this diversity of boards. So what about the opportunities? So, do you think there are sufficient opportunities for women as directors? What are your thoughts?
Yes.
It's there? Okay. 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 Great. Yes. There are definitely opportunities, and we will discuss that a little more in detail as well. But before we get to that, I'd like to take a little pause and share about my journey and what has worked well for me and what didn't work well, right? So that these can be lessons that you can use to build upon. I was very fortunate, you know, in 2013, I don't know how many of you have heard of one Mr. Arun Dugal. He is a visionary. He wanted to have a lot of women on the board. He is always somebody who is, you know, championing for women, and he is on boards of multiple really large companies. So he had this idea that, you know, I need to start mentoring women, and he also realized that he can't be the only person doing it. So therefore, with a cluster of people who are also equally, you know, championing for the cause of empowering women across India, they handpicked about, I think, 15-20 of us, different women leaders, everybody coming with a rich background and experience, and fortunately I was one of them. And my mentor was, I don't know how many of you know Mr. Balraman. He's known as Pons Balraman. He's very well known as well, and who's an independent director on many boards. So he was assigned to me as my mentor, and he took me through. We used to have a lot of conversations. He also made me sit on some of the boards, not as an independent director, as a special invitee, of course, taking permission, because he wanted me to witness firsthand how exactly these boards work, and, you know, how do you voice out your opinion, how do you challenge them, and stuff like that. So I was very lucky in that. So I got to sit on some of the previous company boards and all, just as an observer. So I wasn't doing anything, but just to be familiar with the modalities of it. So that happened. And this happened for almost close to a year. Then luckily for me, in Jan 2015, IFD Industries wanted a women director. And you know, the cohort of us, about 20 of us, whoever, you know, went through this mentorship program, we were featured in FICCI. And they happened to see it, and then they approached me, you know, whether I'd like to get on their board, so on and so forth. And it worked well, so then I got on to their board. That time I was also the CFO in Dun & Bradstreet, and in 2016, I became an executive director, and, you know, apart from my CFO responsibility, I also was on the board of Dun & Bradstreet. And like you notice, it's a private company, but again, I was an executive director, which meant I'm involved in the operations of the business, but also on the board. Now this is something interesting. I will talk about this, you know, what these X's represent in the slides to come. Then in 2022, I got on 3 boards. What is listed here? 23 was another board that I got on, and this year I got on more as a board advisor to one of the private companies. So it is not mandatory for private companies to have like an independent director or a women director, but they wanted me more as an advisor, so I joined them. So this has been my journey, and as we go along, I'll take you through a little more insights on each of these. Now, many of you have heard of this independent director certification. I'm sure you've seen a lot of advertisements that come along, right? What are your thoughts on this?
We charge a bomb.
Wonderful. Exactly, yes. What else? Have any of you done any of these courses? Okay, wise women. You have? Okay, good, wiser. Okay, what was your experience? Okay.
This is done with the MC.
Lot of them do it these days. There's so many of them. It's actually if you're looking for ideas for new business, no, I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, they are tapping into multiple retired people.
Every other person.
People.
You won't believe, there have been cases of some homemakers who have not really had any working experience, whatever. And then they approach me, hey, I noticed that you're an independent director. You know, I want to do this course. Can I also become an independent director? You know, it has become like so common, and that is one side of the story. Then there are a lot of men also who ask me, you know, I've seen on these ads, you know, what is your opinion? Do you think can I go ahead and do this course? Now my take on this is my personal view, and it's up to you to take it or not. I feel these courses, especially for chartered accountants, is of no great value. Because it's more the financial part, the compliance part and stuff like that, which most of us are already familiar about. Now for the non-chartered accountants as well, what I tell is, you know, people think, once I do this course, I'll become an independent director. It doesn't work like that. It's probably the other way, and I'll tell you how as well as we go along, right? So these courses is definitely useful for people who have an opportunity as an independent director and don't know much on the financial aspects, then probably it makes sense. Now that's just my pure personal thought. What is this? Yes. Now, traditionally, if you were to look, right, a lot of these board directors used to be retired people in their 70s and 80s, you know, who will come, have some nice tea, coffee, some snacks, and then just walk out of the meeting. And even now, in fact, last month I met somebody, and then, you know, they were joking with me. It's like, oh, you have a board meeting, go have nice snacks, you know, tea, coffee, sweet karam, and then come back, like, you know. That's still the thought. So, traditionally, a lot of the independent directors have been looked upon as a puppet. To be honest, some companies also want a puppet these days. So that also you must be aware of. But my question to you is, do you want to be a puppet? Right? So it depends on you what you want. Right? So beware of being a puppet. So that then leads me to the question, why should a company induct you on a board? Why?
For compliance purposes.
Compliance, okay. Sorry?
Expertise.
Expertise, excellent.
And policy, since you come from a good background, it gives better weightage or reputation for the board.
Exactly. Credibility. Wonderful, wonderful. Yes. Yes. So if you were to look at some of these points, like somebody said, it's your expertise, right? So that is why somebody would want you on the board. What is the value add that you bring? Right? Like, for example, you are a compliance expert. She is also a compliance expert. Now, how do I choose? Right? So what is that extra edge that you can bring along as an independent director, and what is the value add that you can bring along? What is your leadership and the vision that you have for the company? Right? Now, this I'm talking about companies that are very serious. You know, they don't want to have an independent director, male or female, you know, not just for the sake of having an independent director, but they want people who actually contribute. Right? So what's our leadership and vision? How can you contribute towards the strategic growth of the company? Right? What are your thoughts? What is your experience on it? What sort of influence you have? Right? Influence can be like your network, for example, or, you know, the kind of influence you have as a leader. You know, people look upon you and say, wow, like, you know, and then I want to do something similar. What is a diverse perspective that you can bring along? Right? That could be one reason. Credibility, like somebody said. You know, imagine, like, for example, Mr. Narayan Murthy was going to be on the board. That adds a lot of credibility to the board, right? So what sort of credibility? Probably you can be a very good advisor. They need your advice based on your experience. You know, you've worked in a particular company, and then now maybe the competitor company wants you as an independent director on the board because they know that you have a wealth of experience and knowledge, and it could be any other particular reason that they may want you on the board. So see and think for yourself. Why would any company want you on the board? And therefore, once you're able to narrow down on the niche that you can bring, you know, then you can position yourself better. So you can go and tell the company, like, you know, I am, let's say, a tax expert. You are having a lot of tax issues. You can't go and market to as an independent director, but when a particular reference comes along, You know that this is the value add that you can add to that particular company. And therefore, knowing your strengths becomes important. Let's assume there is a time machine. Okay, let's just rewind back in time. And let's say we are in November 2008. There's a particular company that would like to have you on their board. Okay, the company has excellent other board members, very well-known names. The company is a market leader in the industry. The company has won a lot of awards, including corporate governance and other things. Now, would you join such a board or not? What do you think? The compensation is also very good. Everything is good. Would you join such a board or not?
That's the time the global financial crisis.
That's fine, but it hit post. So I'm saying right now, we are in November 2008. We don't know what's coming next. So would you want to join such a company or not? And the board?
We have to assess whether where do we stand with respect to that company. Yes, we are capable of.
Exactly.
And we have to make that assess.
Yes. So most people, earlier also when I've done, people are like, very happy. Yes, everything looks good about this company, So therefore, I would definitely want to take this opportunity. So fast forward 2 months after that, Jan 2009, Satyam, exactly, right? So what I told you was all about Satyam, the financial debacle that happened, and independent directors get liable and become responsible. So that's something you need to be very, very careful about. Which company's logo is this? Yes. So do you know what happened to their board? Their chairman was accused of money laundering. The board was considered to be very unprofessional. They didn't follow corporate governance. They had so many issues. What about this company? Ralph Lauren. Ralph Lauren, I think, paid close to something like $1.5 billion in Argentina because they wanted to get into the South American market. And they subsequently got caught by the US authorities, the corruption thing. And independent directors can be caught for things like that. Do you know which company is this? Equifax. Equifax got into, I think, for again, data breach of their American customers, some 1.5 million customers or something. They got into trouble. Do you know which one is this? It's a bank.
Federal Bank.
No. Wells Fargo. Yeah. So you know what happened here? There was so much pressure on their employees to grow the business and open more accounts. And the employees could no longer take the pressure. And so what they started doing was, they started creating accounts in the name of their husband and children. So the husband's name, there will be 4 or 5 accounts. Each child's name, another 5, 6 accounts. So they started having a lot of fake accounts just to meet their target because they were under tremendous pressure. This one, do you know? It's a global company. It's called Parmalat. What did they do? Increase their revenues, fictitious assets, because they wanted to hide the debt. In all these cases, the reason I'm sharing these case studies with all of you is you need to become aware what sort of board is it that you're going to get into, right? Because remember, as independent directors, you're not involved in the day-to-day affairs of the company. So it becomes very, very difficult and challenging. You don't know what is really happening in the company. So, if you get a particular opportunity, evaluate first. And if you think it's not good, reject. Now, in my journey that I spoke about, remember those X's? So those were the rejections that I took. Just to give you some examples. So I think somebody asked me, how do you get these opportunities? So this particular opportunity had come through a particular HR consultant. A lot of HR consultants these days, like how they place people in companies, they also do board position placements. That's another business for them. So that's another avenue that you could look at. So a particular HR consultant had reached out to me and said, took like a mini interview of mine without disclosing which company it was initially. And things went well, and then they had subsequently wanted me to connect with this particular company. And that's when I realized this is a very well-known name, very well-known brand, but it was a family business and the family had a lot of conflicts. Right? Now as an independent director, you can't really take sides. So I realized it was best for me not to go ahead with it. So I rejected. Another organization. In this particular organization, I happened to know the CHRO, or I think he got me from LinkedIn or something. And this particular incident I'll never forget in my life. I was so keen to join on their board because of a couple of reasons. The way he pursued me, it was like, imagine a nice guy coming and saying, hey, come over and things like that. It was like that. He pursued me relentlessly. But more importantly, the business they were in was something very attractive. It was an upcoming area, and everything that he explained and told me, it was like so good, and I was like in my mind, I'm going to take it up. Everything looked good. And obviously they present a rosy picture as well. Luckily, I told you about my mentor, and that's when it's important to have mentors and coaches. I spoke to my mentor, and somehow he wasn't convinced. He wasn't able to give me a concrete reason, but he was like, why at that time I was still the CFO as well, and he's like, you're the CFO, you're doing well, you're already on the board of IFB, why would you want to take up this other board position? This somehow doesn't seem too right for me. But I wasn't still convinced because this other particular person was pursuing, and then he was like, you can come and visit our factories, I'll, fly you in, and then you take through, you meet the management people, you talk to them, everything is good and all that. So I was almost going to say yes. Luckily, because of this dilemma, and I'm a coach, so we also have something called peer coaching sessions where we coach each other within our coaching community. So in one of those coaching conversations, this was a topic that I brought about, saying this is the dilemma that I have. And that really opened doors for me. Because at the end of the coaching conversation, I had better clarity. So I said, okay, let me speak to few people and find out. And when I started digging a little further, I got to know the previous chairman of the board was somebody from Chennai. This company is up north, and he happened to be in Chennai, and I didn't know him directly, but within your network in Chennai, you can always find out. So I had a conversation with him, and of course he didn't say don't, but then the words that he used, the way he spoke about the company, the culture and everything, I said no, this is not going to be the right board for me. And therefore, I didn't take that up as well. So the reason I'm sharing all of this is, you need to be extra cautious on the kind of board that you want to get in. So what are the things that one needs to watch out for, right? Remember, as an independent director, you could be personally liable for the fault of the company and no fault of yours. Because you're an independent director, you could become personally liable. There could be a legal risk. Sometimes you get notices. The company, some vague something, you'll suddenly find a notice coming to you, a legal notice, and you'll be like wondering, what is this? What am I supposed to do? And you're not even aware of it because you're not involved in the day-to-day operations. Your reputation is also at a risk, right? And like I said, you have limited access to the company. You don't know the day-to-day operations of the company. Remember that your access to the company is limited. Promoter conflict. What happens? Promoter's way of thinking could be different from yours. It could be genuine. I'm not even getting into like compliance issues and stuff like that. Like let's say suddenly the promoter feels, I want to diversify this business because I want to grow it. His thought process may be right. But you as an independent director think and feel, hey, but there's a lot of risk. You probably don't have enough resources to invest in this particular thing, right? You could have multiple different thoughts and you may be right in your own perspective. But you see, there becomes a clash. The promoter wants you as an independent director thinking you will support him. But here you want to justify and play your role because you think that's not good for the company, right? So there could be clashes with the promoter. Sometimes there could be a coercion. The promoter may say, I want to appoint this particular person as a CEO or CFO. I have decided. Now you better say yes. You're there as part of the NRC. You're part of the board. Now do you approve or not? But then the promoter is like, no, I have made this mind. You have to approve. Indirectly he or she may tell you that. This, my friends, is the most annoying thing. The glamour quotient. Now I'll just share with you two particular instances, the same thing and how it has changed me. And you feel free to use it if it suits you. Now in the beginning, when I started, like I said, from 2015 I've been an independent director. So in the beginning, what the rest of them are all men, 60s, 70s. And like one of them said, oh, you bring in the color to our board and all these nonsensical dialogue. I was so angry and I was like, no, I'm here because I'm a chartered accountant, I'm a CFO, I'm here to add value, whatever. I was like really furious. But nothing changed. Now fast forward few years. I think it was during the pandemic, a lot of these meetings were virtual. And then I log in and then another of these elderly person says, oh, my screen lit up because you've joined. You women, you add the glamour quotient, It was so demeaning, I was so angry. But the best thing I did was, I smiled, I said good morning. I didn't react because I realized you don't fight battles that are not worth it, right? So this is just more from, cautioning you that men are men, they will think this way, but we need to safeguard ourselves and then act professional, and we know the reason why we are there on the board, to add value, to share our thoughts. So you just focus on what is important and just ignore these other things because unfortunately that remains. So there could be, this is a highly uncertain world, so there could be different sort of things that come up, and we know SEBI and different other authorities are trying to streamline and make things a little more tighter, which is probably good, but may not be so good as independent directors because we need to be extra cautious. So how do we mitigate all these risks, right? Because now firstly I wanted you all to be aware of what it really takes to be an independent director. So how do you actually go ahead and mitigate these risks? So that's what I want to share to you about. Firstly, check on the chemistry that you have. Now what do I mean by this? So this is again yet another rejection story of mine. So this is again a very well-known brand, and I happened to be interacting with the promoter for some other reason a couple of months back. And the few interactions, I found him to be very arrogant, who I felt lacked a little bit of integrity as an individual. So I didn't find that, a great, rapport or, the kind of chemistry, right? So I didn't take that up. I think Shiva spoke about that gut feel, right? The red hat, right? What does your gut feel say? Listen to your gut feel. And I think women have this strong intuition, but we seldom pay attention to it. So learn to rely on your gut feel and your intuition. That's very important. Do your due diligence, right? That's so important. Like I said, when I spoke to the previous chairperson of the board, I got to know quite a few things, right? So when you do your due diligence, that's when a lot of things open up and it will help you decide whether to go for it or not. Financial review. See how the company is performing financially. Is it really sound? Going concern is okay? Check those things, basics. Your network, right? For example, this other company, again, one other rejection was, I spoke some of the people from the relevant industry. I spoke to some of their employees, not directly, through my network, to see what sort of culture, working culture do they have. How is it to work in this place? You know, former employees, hey, you were working in this particular company. How was the experience? Right? So you just get these feelers, right? So talk to different people and find out. From your experience, I think that is a huge capital bank that we have. So tap into your experience to see how and what you think and feel about the company. Auditors. Auditors sometimes may not openly share, right? But you can talk to them just to get a sense of feel, and if you probably know the auditor personally, you could get informally as well, both internal as well as external auditors. So talk to them and find out, or whatever, as much as amount of information that can be revealed, talk to them and find out, right? Very important, if you are on the board, ensure they have a D&O insurance, that is directors and officers insurance, so that if there's anything that you as a director is held responsible, at least you have the insurance to cover you. But having said that, it depends on the volume. You know, it may not cover you in entirety, but at least something you have. So ensure that. In any of the board meetings, now you are clear that you don't want to vote for a particular resolution. Like, you know, you're saying no while all others may say yes. Or, you know, you want some particular information the management team has to share. And you speak that out in the board meeting. Ensure these are minuted, because at a later date it shouldn't come and bite your back. So ensure all these are minuted, and if you want, you can even send emails to say that, you know, I need this information, I need an action taken report, whatever stuff like that. So ensure that all of this is documented. Herd mentality. This has a pro and a con, and I'll tell you why. Firstly, what is herd mentality? What do you think is herd mentality? Yes. So many times we are under this false assumption that, you know, if there are some experts and like well-known people, you know, it's safe for us to join the board. So we just, without thinking much, will say, oh, this person is there, so let me join. That pulls you down. But having said that, herd mentality could also help you. And how is that? Supposing, imagine the board has only 2 independent directors. So the knowledge capital is only of 2 independent directors. Now supposing there are, like, say 5 independent directors. You have more years of experience, more people who will contribute different perspectives, different thought processes. So it could work in your favor as well, but really depends. So be wise, be prudent, use your prudence before making such decisions. So that is something I wanted to share. So how do we make the decision of a yes or a no? Right? So this is like a small checklist that you may wish to follow. Does your skills match their requirements? Right? Now, if somebody wants a marketing expert as an independent director, what is a chartered accountant going to do that? Right? So is there a skill match? Is there an expectation match? Now when you are offered a position, you can ask them, you know, what are your expectations? What is the role that you want me to play? Is it, you know, you can get these hints. Do they just want you to be a yes man or a yes woman, or truly add value, right? So get these expectations sorted. See if your values are aligned. You know, the company may be, for example, may say, oh, GST, you know, I'm tight in my cash flow, I'll pay it after 3 months, 6 months, whatever. Just an example. But you are somebody who's particular, that, you know, compliance is met with. So is there a values that's being aligned? So that's something you may want to check. What is the board culture? Can independent directors freely voice out their opinion? Are board directors respected? Right? What is the sort of dynamics? How does the management team look upon the board of directors? Because you need their support and cooperation as well. So get to understand the kind of the board culture that exists. Do you have the time to commit yourself? Because many times your hands are already full, and just because you were getting an opportunity, are you taking it up for the sake of taking it up? Right? So beware of that. make a potential impact, or rather, do you want to make an impact? Right? And if yes, where, what, how, think it through. What sort of growth opportunities? Does it add a lot of value to you? Does it bring you some really good experiences that you may want to share? Think through that. Compensation is important as well, because there's nothing fixed as a compensation fee. Of course, there's an upper limit, but there are some companies, smaller companies will offer you like peanuts, and there could be some larger companies will be okay amounts, and some much beyond in form of bonuses and other things. So it really depends what you're looking at as a compensation. So see whether it matches your time and the investment that you're going to put in, and vis-a-vis the liabilities and the exposure that you have. And of course, if you think there's anything else that's important for you, consider that as well, right? So these are some, like a checklist for you to see what are the things that you want to take and help you decide. So let me take a pause here and ask you all if you have any doubts or questions on independent directorship.
They are not into the day-to-day affairs.
Yeah.
How they can be held responsible?
Unfortunately, that's a rule in our company. A lot of independent directors have been speaking about this. It's yet to get. That's why it is a very high risk.
Because we don't know anything.
We don't know anything on the day-to-day affairs. And we also rely on what the management team says.
We spoke at certain points, what are the high-level responsibilities that directors have? Now, do we have access to this information?
Access in the sense, see, like for example, you rely on auditors. It's the kind of internal controls. You rely on the auditors, the audit report, right? And of course, you have access to that. Right? So you'll have to use your experience and expertise.
Just assuming some major decision comes up for discussion,
right?
Where majority of the board of directors vote for it, whereas as an independent director, you object to it. But ultimately, the board decides to carry on.
Because if there are majority of votes, exactly, yes.
Is this going to protect you in any way?
That's why I said document it. So your dissent should be recorded in the minutes.
In the minutes.
Yeah. So then you're safe. Then you're safe. Saying I am not supporting to it, but you have the majority. You guys go ahead.
So that clause will protect us at any point.
Yes. Ensure it's minuted. Yes.
So if you are capable enough and intelligent enough to,
Absolutely. Yes. Definitely.
So the opportunities for getting independent directorship is purely based on connections.
Based on? Okay, it is a mix, I would say. Your connections, your network. Mine was an exceptional case how I started. And like I said, the HR consultants. And probably if you know a potential opportunity is existing, you may want to apply. Like I knew of a potential opportunity, I just referred Geeta. Right? So it depends. And end of the day, it's the company that has to choose. Just because like I have referred or somebody else has referred, there's no guarantee that you will get it. So the company has to be agreeable and you have to be agreeable as well. So that
the company means the chairman or the board of directors?
So normally it starts with the chairman or the promoter. First they need to get the level of comfort. Then your candidature is put across to the NRC, Nomination and Remuneration Committee. And normally when it's passed by the NRC, normally the board also approves. Normally. But if, let's say, majority of the board does not approve of it, then you could get rejected.
But these people selling these courses, right, they are all promising placement.
How many of them? Find out how many of them have got placed.
Why they
It's like a college saying, my placement ratio is so high. I mean, come on. And we don't know what kind of companies and what kind of compensation. We don't know.
Right? So what about the statistics that this is the requirement? Like,
so see the requirement, I don't know on what basis they've come for that. Yes. So if you ask me genuinely, there is a requirement because Not just for women, even for men, because companies want people who can definitely add value to their board. So definitely they would want to, right?
No, see, these independent directors exams, clearing it is also one way of showing that we are available for the directorship.
You are available, but that doesn't guarantee you a position. So my take on it is ulta. Now, if there is a company and they probably want you because you're a tax expert, right? You've not yet passed the exam, but let's say you're discussing and you are pretty keen to join, they're also keen for you to have you on board. Then take up the exam. So then you're qualified. Or if for time pass, take up the exam and keep it. That is also not a problem. Or if you have the time, effort and resources to join those courses, fancy courses, go for it. I mean, nothing wrong, but you need to know the pros and cons before getting into it. Because you do the course, you pass the exam, what is the ROI? You need to think of that as well, right?
Not sure.
Yeah, based on that, you don't know.
But
see, I don't know the credibility of this data, because a lot of these ads that even I see, sometimes I'm shocked. I don't know the genuinity. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. But how does one check it?
So there is no authenticated data bank where we can go and
I
check
don't know. So what would you like to check?
The companies are very corporate for any independent analysis. Are they looking for an independent analysis? Is there any data source?
Probably
MCA independent directors.
Yeah. Yes. So see, people where, like, for example, they are clearly when their 10-year period is finishing, like mine is finishing next month. So then obviously there is a vacancy. So that is like a low-hanging fruit. You can definitely go and look through the MCA website. But I'm not sure if you can directly apply. See, it's not like a CFO position or something that you see and you apply. So I'm not sure how the law works there. But maybe if you know somebody through your network or something, you can maybe find out and maybe do it informally. I'm not sure.
MCA has
Yeah, MCA probably has all the database. Yes. But even with the database, my point is, I don't know how you can go and approach. You can't really apply. Yeah, no, that probably is there. But I'm saying beyond that.
actually now, after listening to you, I was saying that it increases your stature. But actually, stature gives you the position.
It's a chicken and egg story, yeah.
Because otherwise, how do you identify you?
That's right. Yes.
Maybe you have an established practice, or you are auditors of multiple companies.
Yes.
Or you are in a leadership role in a MNC.
That's right.
And subsequently, you have the visibility level.
Yeah.
And value addition because you know how a company runs.
Or it's through the network.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah, that is probably one other way to look at it, right? So anything else before we move on to the leadership part of it?
So the exams are they mandatory?
Let us finish. Yeah.
The exams are they mandatory or?
Yes. I think there are some exceptions, but by and large it's mandatory. Okay. Yeah.
Apart from the statutory requirement, there are other opportunities also. Like startups, if you look at it from Bangalore, we call it as a board advisor, which you mentioned. There is also something called as personal board. Where the personal board, you are nominated as a director.
What is a personal board?
Personal board is about helping the entrepreneurs in coming up and taking decisions.
Okay.
So it can be a personal board for 4 or 5 startups.
Right.
So you are not an employee, you are not a director, but
right.
something in between.
Right.
You are also given some. It's not called as an internship.
Yeah. More as an advisory role. Yeah.
So among all the three, what are the do's and don'ts? If you have certain
okay. Clear. Right. So firstly, my personal take is whatever role that you're doing, if you were to call yourself as an advisor, you are exempt from most of the legal part, right? So wherever you can designate yourself as an advisor, it's a safer bet. Okay. Now, for public listed companies, It's mandatory to have independent directors. There is some ratio of the board composition, and of course it's mandatory for listed companies to have a women director as well. Right? That is for the listed companies. Now for private companies, there is no mandatory thing to even have an independent director, and of course nothing for the women as well. Right? Now in startups, again, depending on how you're designated, even for a private company, supposing you are designated as a board of director, you still have your liabilities and everything, your exposure is high because something doesn't go right in the company, it is still right. So that's similar in a startup as well if you are designated as a director. Whereas if you are designated as an advisor or a board advisor or CEO advisor or whatever, your legal exposure, the risks are minimal. So therefore, I would urge you to think on those lines.
So, whenever there are some issues are discussed on the board, like can we say that yes, I will take some more time to analyze and compare and defer it?
It depends.
Some of the times, what happens, like what I see, decisions are taken across the board. So, you don't know if you want to buy some more time, it's not that every time you can.
See, in a listed company, it's very difficult. So normally, the board tells the management team to share the financials at least 2-3 days before, so that it comes, but may not be always. But so you will have to be prepared for that. Yeah. I mean, many companies do get into the discipline of sharing it at least 3, 4, 5 days, depending on whenever they are ready. But yes, not all companies do. So you will have to be ready, thinking, shrewd, and then see whether it's the right thing, the best thing for the company.
Any mentoring programs that are like the way
so I don't know currently whether it's there anything like that, but maybe unofficially I think personal network will be there, and maybe there are some like how this cohort has happened. Maybe things like that could be there. I'm not aware, but maybe like how you have your independent director certification exam. Maybe there are organizations that do, and bodies like ICI encourage this kind of sessions.
Yeah, maybe ICI, you can give up and
sure, happy to support. Yeah. So can we move on to the leadership part? Yes. So very quickly, what does leadership mean to you? What do you think is leadership?
Take
responsibility. Encourage, nurture. Very good. Yes. To lead.
Taking people along.
Very good. Yes. So leadership, there are so many different things that come along with leadership, right? Many aspects, and it's varied, and it's a combination, and everything. Now, from a board perspective, because if you're a board leader, right, what sort of challenges that normally come along? So at a very high level, let me share 3 key things. I think there's a lot of trust deficit, right, because people don't trust each other, and it is probably in a way good as well, but if there is a deficit, you're like thinking and suspecting every little thing, every little decision, then it's not something good, right? So, but it is a challenge. Erosion of values, right? Now, why do we have so many different scams, so many different companies, so many of these case studies I said? It's all because the values have all kind of eroded over a period of time. And different pressure. The leadership team was also, the management team is going through a lot of pressure because shareholders want sufficient returns. They are answerable to the board and the shareholders. So they also have their targets to be met. So they are thinking like, by hook or crook, let me go and get it, right? So they are under pressure. The third thing is the working culture. Now, if you were to notice, the working culture has kind of changed over a period of time. Just to give you examples, ethics levels have decreased. The integrity levels have dropped. There's a lot of non-compliance, there's lack of empathy. We saw that young chartered accountant girl who passed away, right? So there's lack of empathy, there's corruption, there's crimes, so many things. The working culture itself has changed. So, and therefore as a board director, you need to be cautious of things like this. There are certain things that you can do, but you can't do everything of it. So let's see how one can probably overcome these particular challenges. How many of you saw the movie Pushpa 2? Right? Okay. So I came up with this article, because, how to build trust. Because a lot of my coaching clients, the corporate leaders that I work with, one common thing that they all ask me is, how do I build trust among my team members? So that was something common. And there was something that resonated with me as soon as I saw Pushpa, and I came up with this. Now, if you have watched the movie, and then if you can just think back, one of the initial scenes, when all of his men are put in the jail, right, and Pushpa is trying to rescue them, he sees that one of them is wounded and injured. That guy who was wounded didn't tell Pushpa that I am wounded. He observes, and then he starts to observe every other person is injured. So as a leader, can you hear the unsaid things? Right? So that's something important. So that's why you show your care. So care is an important aspect to build trust. Another thing, the dependability quotient. Right? Now again in the movie, what happens that one of the guys is supposed to get married, and he still comes along for Pushpa because he is sure he will rescue me and I know that I can go for my marriage. That dependability factor was there. Right? Then the vulnerability aspect. Pushpa was authentic. He didn't hesitate to cry in front of his people. He showed all his emotions, be it anger, disappointment, sadness, frustration. He was very open. He was just being himself. How many leaders are being authentic and vulnerable to their people? Right? Think about it. The brand, he says, right? Pushpa, ye brand hai or whatever, right? So how, because he's created that, whatever the reputation. Now if you create yourself as a board leader who is known for integrity, nobody will want to mess with you. They'll know, the director, he'll eat my head and ensure that my compliance is intact, right? So like that I had come up with, I don't know, maybe 10 points or something that's there on my LinkedIn. So if you want, you can scan this code and then connect with me on LinkedIn. It's there in my LinkedIn newsletter. You could probably read the rest of the points, because trust is something very, very important, right? So go ahead and see how you can build the trust, because there is a lot of deficit these days. So as a board director, ensure you can build trust across your, not just the other board members, but even the management teams, and creating the psychological safety with the rest of them. That becomes very important. What does this image represent? Paduka. Who's? Bharat is taking off Ram. Right? So all of us know the story, right? Bharat ruled the nation, the kingdom for 14 years using the Padukas. Right? Paduka of Rama. What does that tell us? The proxy leadership. Right? Even though Rama was not there, Bharat used the Padukas and ran the nation, ran the kingdom. Right? So that's your proxy leadership. And what was the basis through which he ran? It was the values that Rama followed. Right? And therefore, values is something that's very, very important to leadership. Similarly, Alexander the Great. Imagine, those days, no technology, no internet, and such a vast kingdom Alexander had. How could he manage? Right? It is all because of the values. So if you're a great leader, the value is something that becomes very important and integral. So as a board member, what are the sort of values you bring along? What values do you carry along? What are the things that you're known for? That becomes important. So, what is values? Now I am an acronym person. I love sharing acronyms because it's easy to remember and recall as well. So if values were an acronym, right? You have the vision for future of the company, right? How can you think beyond the current terms? And now with AI and the disruption happening at such a fast pace, can you think beyond and see how the company should be shaping itself, right? Or else you're just going to be dead and gone. So what is your vision for the future? A is adaptability with integrity. How can you adapt yourself and at the same time not compromise on the integrity levels? Just to give you an example, if you were to notice a parent, there are times when we are strict and harsh with the child. There are other times we are soft, we probably play with them, whatever. It's two extremes. It's not that we are always harsh, it's not that we are always in a playful manner. You adapt according to the situation. The child wants to go and touch fire, you pull the child away because you know it's dangerous, right? So you can't expect the child, no, my mother is going to shout if I touch the fire and therefore I will not shout. The child is not going to think like that. So you have to adapt yourself. You can't expect the others to adapt, but see how you can adapt yourself. And at the same time, keeping integrity as your core value. Leading with responsibility, right? That's why we are a leader. Leader is all about leading, and at the same time, a leader has a lot of responsibility that comes along. So how can you be a responsible leader? You is to be unbiased and at the same time uplifting. I'll share this example. I was been coaching one of these business leaders, and this particular leader had a problem. His boss wanted him to recruit more people on the team. So a tech person, and he said, you have a very good network, you've come from a very good college, you know a lot of people. So, and they were in an expansion mode. So it's like, can you get more people and build the team? And this person is like, why should I do this? For him, his thought was like, I'm going and asking favors to people, right? Why should I go and ask favors for my company? He says, I don't even like asking favors for myself as an individual. Why would I do it for a company, right? This was his thought process. Now, during our coaching conversation, I was able to shift his perspective. Now, I said, you're going for a favor. And I know his attitude and belief is that of a helping nature. So I said, what if you were to look at it as a help? There is somebody who wants a better job. There is somebody who's ready to give that job. What's wrong in connecting the two? And that shifted his perspective. And therefore, he felt like, yes, I'm, putting aside my personal biases and I'm able to uplift the people around me. That shift in thinking made a lot of difference. And he's recruited now so many people, saving the company a lot of costs, from the recruitment costs and stuff like that. So all it takes is that shift in perspective, but for that you need to be aware. Empower and inspiring your people, right? As a board member, is that your personality isn't something like an enigmatic personality and like, some empowering personality that people look at you as a role model and say, hey, yes, I need to do something like this. So how are you able to do that? And lastly, it's all about serving and building trust. So trust, like I said, I just explained the importance of trust. So you're here as a board member, not just you sit back and relax, but you're here to serve the company, to see how you can contribute, how you can grow and build the company. So look at what sort of values you have, remember this and see how you can apply these in real life. So then talking about the workplace culture, right? There are things that you can do only what is under your control. You can't go and control others and other things, right? So what is under your control that you can follow? Firstly, look inward. It's always easy to say, you can't do this, you shouldn't have sat here, you should have, even if you look at cricket, look how people comment, oh, how did he miss this ball? Like, this should have been a sixer. Look at the way he played. It's easy to sit here and comment. If you're so competent, go and play, right? So look inward. Are you practicing what you preach? Check that, because it's always easy to say, but do you actually practice what you preach? What are your set of values that you can? Because your values is something that makes a whole lot of difference. Are you staying relevant with the latest updates and changes so that you can contribute better and learning continuously as well? your strong individual leadership matters, right? Because only when you walk the talk, it makes a difference. Your behavior as a leader, right? Look at that. Importance of emotional quotient, because this is something that's normally neglected. And I think the emotional infrastructure, you know, the offices are all fancy, but what is the culture, organization work culture is something that you may want to look at. What sort of checks and balances are in place? And I think as finance professionals, we know that. What is the sort of behavior when nobody is watching? There's this nice story that I read in the US Army, right? So one of these supervisors caught two of the army guys, you know, who were training. They were asleep because, you know, after a whole load of training and practice, you know, this is really rigorous, right? And he caught both of them sleeping on the camera. So he called the first guy and then he said, "Were you sleeping?" So he says, "No sir, I was not sleeping." And then he says, "But see the camera, I see that you were sleeping." So he's like, "Yes, sorry sir, I was very tired, so I slept." Then he calls the second guy. "Were you sleeping?" He said, "Yes sir, I'm so sorry, I just couldn't hold my eyes, I was so tired that I just dozed for some time." So to the second guy he says, gives him terrible punishment, you know, go run this, carrying those heavy sacks and, you know, do so many sit-ups, push-ups, blah blah blah, he tells him. To the first guy he says, "You're sacked." So people are like, why? I mean, both of them did the same mistake, one was sleeping, both of them were sleeping. One guy you're giving this and the other guy is such a harsh punishment that you're kicking him out. So he says, he admitted only when I told him that I saw him on the camera. So that is when, you know, true leader is somebody who's truthful and, you know, the behavior even when nobody is watching. Being future ready. Like I said, you know, the pace of disruption is so fast these days. So are you future ready? Leading by example. Doing the right thing. This again, I have a very interesting story. I don't know how many of you have heard of Sarah Matthews. She was the CEO of Dun & Bradstreet. She's a Chennai girl who finished, I think, passed out from Stella Maris, did her costing, and then was in the US for a very long time. Now, of course, she's retired. So when she had joined Dun & Bradstreet, and I think she was the CFO there, she noticed something in the financials. Their revenue recognition was not all right. And she started digging further and further, and for almost 10 years, the revenue recognition was not okay. Now, as a CFO, she wanted to set it right. But if she were to do that step, the impact was in millions, and the company was running into losses. All the accumulated profits were going away. And that meant it was a listed company in the US, and that meant the share price would come down. So what does a call one take? Right? It was a very tricky situation. So she managed to, you know, get the buy-in from the CEO and the rest of the board. It was not an easy task, but she managed to do it because she said, "I believe in doing what is right for the company." Right? So she took a very bold decision, and luckily it went well, and then she then eventually got promoted as a CEO as well. So, you know, always putting the company ahead and doing what is right thing, and most importantly, remember that it's your character that lives even after your lifetime. You'll be known, right, for what you did or what you did not. So it depends on what kind of leadership legacy you want to leave behind. So those are some of the things. So let me quickly take you through some 3 leadership mantras. So this is something for you to reflect upon. Do you like to work with a leader who is selfish or selfless? Right? Would you like to work with a leader who is a threat creator or a trust builder? Trust builder. Would you like to work with an egoistic leader or an empathetic leader? An empathetic leader. Do you like to work with a leader who's painful or purposeful? Purposeful, right? So when you want to work with such sort of a leader, can you be exactly a leader who is selfless, who is a trust builder, empathetic, and a purposeful leader? That's a food for thought for you. The second leadership mantra. Now this is a wonderful example now, like I'm a business and leadership coach now. So I conducted a workshop for some of the CXOs, that is CEO, CFO, CHRO, CMO and different C-suite executives, calling Grow the Leader in You. And this was well attended by some very experienced, good CEOs and others. And at the end of the workshop, they had some wonderful takeaways. I'm just summarizing them because I was really pleased with the outcome of the workshop. Now, what did they say? They said, as leaders, they are very poor listeners. We don't listen to what our team has to say. Okay. And because we are caught up with other things, we don't have the time or the patience to hear what they want to share with us. And in the process, we may miss out on something that's important. These hearing the unsaid things, right? So there could be a little bit of information that comes along which sometimes you may tend to miss. So listening is important. The second they said is appreciation. They say, we fail to appreciate our team members who do a good job. We just take them for granted. The report okay, fine. Nothing beyond. You gave it to me on time. You gave it in a very accurate report. Hey, thanks, you did a good job. There's just these little words of appreciation. We seldom do that, right? So the appreciation becomes something very important. And of course, if you liked my talk so far, you can appreciate me as well. Right, so appreciation.
And we appreciate.
Yes, thank you. Yes, so appreciation is something that's very important. And who wouldn't like to be appreciated on a job that's well done, right? So appreciation is important. I said learning. They said, now that we are in senior positions, we think we know it all. Why should I learn? And why should I learn from my junior? Especially technology is, the youngsters are better than the seniors as well, right? So they said, we need to adapt and learn more. Ego. Simply, now I am the CEO, so I have a lot of ego that comes along. Why should this junior come and approach me or, talk to me or waste my time? They said, we didn't realize that we have an inflated ego that's kind of grown over the period of time. And the last thing they said was, we're not being mindful, right? Because as a leader, whatever you say, behave, do or don't, the rest of the team is watching you and they will tend to follow suit. If you're a corrupt leader, the team is also going to be corrupt. But if you're somebody who's very strict and particular, a disciplined person, and who does not take any sort of nonsense, your team will also think twice. So are we mindful, they would say, of our behavior, of our actions, what we speak, how we speak to our people. So those things are something that as leaders we need to be mindful. So I thought that was some interesting takeaways and I wanted to share that with you. Okay, and this, in case you would like to connect, my social media is the Gain Enabler, happy to connect. And these are my books, What the Finance, it's a bestseller. It talks about simple finance, your problem and solution from managing finance. And it has some very interesting stories of successful entrepreneurs like Mr. Velumani Thyrocare, Girish Mathur of Freshwork, CKK of Naturals and many others. Then Get High is very interesting book. It is how to coach yourself for high performance in your work. So it has a lot of templates, tools, tips and tricks on how you could get better at whatever you're doing. And I don't know how many of you know Dr. Marshall Goldsmith. He's the New York Times bestseller and world-renowned coach. So he has endorsed this book of mine. And my other book is called Where's the Moolah? Moolah means money. So it talks about financial growth hacking for business profitability because all businesses want money, right? So it talks about that and you can scan the code to connect with me on any of these things. So isn't this working? The last mantra. You know, we all say that we want to be a good leader or a great leader and get better as leaders. So can you take stock of your leadership? So what does stock mean? Here is another acronym. Firstly, as a leader, are you leading yourself? Right? Because only if you can lead yourself, can you lead others? Right? So how effectively, the self-leadership that they say, can you become a master at it? T is the team. Can you lead the team effectively? Because a leader is all about team, right? So can you go ahead and lead your teams effectively? O is your organization. Because a leader is also leading the organization, right? So can you go ahead and lead your organization? C is lead change. Because these days everything is changing so rapidly. Can you as a leader lead change? And lastly, K is your keys. What do I mean by keys? What are your leadership keys? Your principles, your beliefs, your values that you bring along that you would follow. Right? Your beliefs and everything that you will be known for. So can you take stock of your leadership and see what best that can be done, right? And become getting better as a leader. So with that, I'd like to conclude and say that the strongest principle of growth lies in human choice. So life is all about choices, right? So it depends on what sort of choice that you want to take, depending whether you want to be an ID or not, whether you want to be an ID in a particular company or not, whether you want to improve and grow your leadership skills and become an effective leader or not, it's all in your hands. So go ahead, all the best, and wishing you a lot of success.
It was really amazing and wonderful to listen to her. So thank you so much, and yes, we will try to adopt these mantras, and your acronyms are absolutely amazing, and you can recall and remember, like how we attended the examinations. So right from the morning, we have listened to various topics: casual mistakes, red flags, and 6 thinking hats, and lateral thinking, and directorship, and how to be a leader in the directorship, and also other aspects of life. I think we all had an amazing finish to the session with so we have to build that potential, and we are never too late.
Absolutely.
So
I always say that leader is not born, leader can be made.
Yes.
It's up to us. Yes.
So thank you so much.
Thank you. All the best.